Alrighty. Well, hey, welcome to the show before the show, where I check to make sure everything is hunky-dory. I'm your host and local gamer, Patrick, and I'm here with local game co-host Will.
Sup?
Dude, not much. I've had a wonderful week. If you guys follow us regularly on these streams, the times aren't always so irregular. Sorry, this one got shifted around quite a bit. We're doing a doubleheader today, though, so this is going to cover both the legendaries from the set, which there are few. It feels weird to see a set that has less than 80. We've gotten so many sets where there's just a ridiculous amount of legendaries, so this is actually way more subdued. We'll be covering that at the end, but we're also giving you a full set review from a Commander player's perspective. So this will cover a wider range of cards than we typically talk about. I would say we would usually fixate on the things that are more competitively oriented, but I think it's good that we discuss cards that are playable in niche scenarios or are just really fun in casual scenarios. And obviously, if there's anything you guys want to talk about, that's why we do these live. But Will, how was your weekend?
My weekend was good. I finally had some time to kill, so I played some God Breakers on my new Steam Deck. So I was able to break in the Steam Deck and play God Breakers. And I just have to say, I picked up the game because I was like, oh, I think it's going to be a fun combat game. And then I played it, and I'm like, okay, the story's kind of cool. And I got to the second to last boss on my first run through of the game, and it's a roguelike. Then I got to the final boss, and after you beat the second to last boss and you go to the area where the final boss is, you get the biggest twist of the entire game. And I'm like, you just got me hooked on the lore of this game. You mother. That's
upside down castle.
Such an awesome twist.
What happens? You put on the special
no
shades.
Spoilers. If people want to play the game, check it out. But really, really good twist. And then I scraped by with the skin of my teeth against the final boss because I was it took me, I think, like about 40 minutes fighting just the final boss because I was trying to kite and not die because I didn't know his patterns, and he had a lot of health. If I ran him back again, I think I would do it in like 20 minutes or less, probably. But for the last 15 minutes on that fight, or the last 10 minutes on that fight, I was one hit away from dying. So I was just like, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die.
Dude, I haven't played a roguelike in a minute. That sounds fun, though. I was literally thinking to myself before we streamed today, now, that I kind of want to replay Cyberpunk again. I don't know what it is about that game. It really has its hooks in me. I think about a lot of the side quests and the main plot a lot, but I want to see an alternative ending. I feel like I've watched a lot of the commentary and playthroughs of the game, so it's all been spoiled for me, but it's just so fun to play, man. At any rate, we have Lorwyn to discuss. So as I said, we're going to cover the set in Wooburg order. We'll be going over all the cards we think are playable in a Commander setting. If there's anything you think that would be interesting in other formats, you can let us know, or something that we just missed in Commander, please let us know. But otherwise, let me know if you guys see this. I left a link to this set of cards for you guys to follow as well in the description if you just want to tag along, but we're going to be covering everything with you. Will lead us in this discussion. I will pick up any scraps that he misses, I doubt. But you never know with Will. I don't know. Surprise me.
All right. Well, I will start us off with the very first card, Adept Watershaper. It is 3 mana for 3/4 Merfolk Cleric that says, other tapped creatures you control have indestructible. This card is really good just for decks like Winota that want to swing out, so you can swing out with impunity and not have to worry about your stuff dying. The other reason why I have this card in this list of mine is because board wipe tribal. If you just keep giving all your stuff indestructible every turn and then keep blowing up the board, you can do gross things in white and casual. Have fun playing your Megiddo the Lion deck with Adept Watershaper, and you just need to give it indestructible to give everything indestructible.
Yeah, I was thinking that's kind of cool if you did just like a Wrath only build. I don't know.
It's Megiddo the Lion is the Wrath only commander. He is the white spell shaper from like the 1990s that says pay 2 white Tap him and discard 2 cards to destroy all creatures on the board. They cannot be regenerated.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to look up this card that was just brought up in the chat. Thoughts on Celestial Reunion? Like, wait, is this... We're going to get there in a few. I'm sorry. This is actually something Will and I were talking about off camera. We'll get there as soon as we get to green, but we do have thoughts. It will be brought up. Sorry, just to clarify. No, this is great. I like this. I kind of skipped on it because three feels like a lot, but you're right. When it comes down, I mean, especially in something like Winota, it's probably very advantageous. As we found with the One Ring, Indestructible does quite a lot for a card. Obviously, creatures are more susceptible to other forms of removal. There just happens to be more removal for creatures. But being indestructible is pretty solid, especially if you do the Wrath build Will was referring to.
Going to one that's a card that's a little bit less powerful, but honestly pretty decent tech is Johnny Outland.
Chaperone?
Yeah, okay. Outland. I was like, I've never seen the word chaperone spelled. Dang.
Yeah, he's there for the kith. Ken.
So yeah, Johnny Outland Chaperone. He's 3 mana, which is the main reason why this is such a good planeswalker. For a 3 loyalty Johnny planeswalker that says +1, make a 1/1 green-white Kithkin. -2, deal 4 damage to a tapped creature. And -8, look at the top X cards where X is your life total and put any number of non-land permanents that cost 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Then shuffle. Not shuffle your library, then shuffle. But obvious implications are obvious.
Mm-hmm. Shuffle what?
Shuffle what? Shuffle the Shadow Spear that's been in the photos of all the spoiled cards.
Yeah. Gosh.
So reason why this Johnny is good is it's a 3 mana planeswalker that makes blockers to protect itself.
Oh, yeah.
If you get the alt off, you're probably winning the game. But if you don't get the alt off, it's still uptick to get 1/1s, downtick to kill most things.
Pretty much most all things.
Yeah. Well, most things in general, usually 4 is enough to kill a lot of things in cEDH, and it kills a good deal of things in casual.
Mm-hmm.
It won't kill the big things, of course, but
yeah,
if there are big things, you block them with 1/1s, and then you ult.
Right, provided those things don't have flying. Let them cast Crom first, is what he's saying.
Yes.
But yeah, this is pretty solid. I like the token generation aspect. There are things that care about having green and or white cards on the board. So there's maybe some relevancy there with it being a split color. But bodies for blocking, sure, and then bodies for effects also.
It's green for your mono white happily ever after win con. That's the Throne of Eldraine card that's if you control 1 card of each color are at like above starting life total and something else you win the game.
Okay, so you're part of the way there. two
green off of Johnny.
2 fits of the pie.
The Ketra, and then like a red token off of some weird night tribal thing, and then a blue token off of fairies. Probably there's probably a makes 1/1 fairies.
Do we want to try to do a mono white? What's it called? What is it called?
Happily Ever After is the control Wooburg win
What's
card.
the in the universe word though for when you have like the spectrum of colors? What's it called? It was from Mirrodin or something. There are the cards that would like have effects if you have multiple colors on the board. Chromatic? I don't remember.
Chromatic is the amount of mana you pay into it, I believe.
Okay.
No, that's different. Yeah, I think chromatic. I think you are correct. It's chromatic.
There might be a word for it, but yeah, like have a mono-colored chromatic deck would be kind of funny if that is indeed the term. Yeah, Will's right. If you get the bottom effect off, you're probably doing pretty well for yourself, but it might be hard to get there. I mean, you're in
just a little bit of board control on a 3-drop walker is just
yeah.
really nice.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with Selesnya though, it wouldn't be too horrible to get there with the doublers. So maybe like a slightly more casual setting, this could be quite good if you just want to pop off with this. But I feel like your curve wouldn't be that low. I don't know. 3 and under is very, very cEDH. All right.
Yeah. Next, we have Belonging, which is 6 mana for 6/6 Elemental Incarnation. ETB. Make 3 1/1 colorless shapeshifter tokens that have changeling. It has Encore for 6 white. I add this card in here just because there's a lot of tribal decks that need to just get a lot of tokens out very quickly. There's usually not a lot of good ways of getting a mass amount of changelings out very quickly. This is the way to do that. So for certain decks, this is going to be good. I don't think it's going to be played everywhere, but there are definitely going to be niche decks that say, that's nice. For instance, Ur-Dragon. If you just get out a whole bunch of 1/1 changelings that are dragons, when you attack, you draw a lot of cards with Ur-Dragon.
I mean,
Good casual utility.
yeah, kind of, yeah, yeah. Do you wish it had a Convoke?
I mean, I would be happy if a lot of cards had Convoke.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Elemental Incarnation creature. Yeah, so you're gonna cast this, and I don't know, it will die, and then you'll hopefully get to do it again. It's interesting that it makes shapeshifters, yet it's not a changeling itself. Is there something?
It's the elemental incarnation of belonging.
Oh, okay.
Changelings belong everywhere.
Oh, okay. I like it better now. It's okay. I saw this and I'm like, oh, Encore, that's interesting. Like maybe this is something you just want to dump into your grave and like cast this, but the effect is like, again, 3 bodies for 8 mana is quite a bit.
Yeah.
Well, it's more than that, right? For each opponent.
Yeah. So it's you get 3/6/6s that each make you 3 permanent 1/1s. So it's a total of 27/27 of stats in one go, but you're going to lose 18/18 of it at the end of the
Yeah.
turn.
Fling them.
I will say I just played a casual game using Arami of the Dead Tide as my commander, and she's the Demir commander that
Oh, I
says you can
remember.
make things in your grave have Encore.
Super good.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I technically won that game, technically lost because I miscounted how many tokens I got off of Cyberman Legion or Cybermen Legion.
Oh
How
yeah.
many tokens I was going to get off of that, and that was going to be 21. But for some reason, we mapped out 15, and I'm like, ah, dang, I'm shorter than I thought. Oh well. And then I got killed on the next turn, and I'm like, wait, the next day, wait, no, each had myriad. So each made 6 tokens attacking the opponents. So 7 things attacking each
Oh,
opponent.
even
I'm
better.
dumb.
That's okay, man. The Cyberman is in blue or is it colorless? I forget.
Colorless.
Okay, yeah. That card's
It's a
dope.
7 colorless non-legendary artifact creatures you control have myriad. So I encored to get 3 of them. So all of them had myriad, and they're 5/5s. So
So
that was
good.
35 damage with just that.
I like that you played Arami, man. That was such a fun deck to build.
Yeah,
Mm.
the one thing I think I named a lot of my Arami decks. Dead Tide is a great band name because it's Arami of the Dead Tide.
I'm pulling her up real quick, but yeah. Oh, nope. That's not how you spell it. If you guys didn't see, we covered this card a while back, but it is quite good. And we made a cEDH build for this. You were saying you did something a little bit more casual.
Yeah.
Wow, it does not want to
Did we,
load.
I think you made a cEDH Arami. I was not part of the channel at that time, I don't
Are
believe.
you sure? Well, it worked really good. I'll pat myself on the back then.
Arami's terrifying. We've gotten more cards that make Arami more terrifying with what is it called? Collar Zealot, the Viscera that's surveil instead of scry.
Yeah.
And then that one hound that says when a low powered creature enters your battlefield, you surveil one. That's really good with Arami.
I forget the name of that hound though. But at any rate, we
Uh,
have belonging.
go, yeah, we have belonging, and what's more belonging than a curious colossus?
Uh
7 mana for 7/7 giant warrior that says ETB. Each creature target opponent controls loses all abilities and becomes a coward in addition to their other types and has base power and toughness 1/1. This is a mean card. This is ETB humility somebody's board,
mhm.
and they can't get rid of the humility until the cards on their board leave and then come back. And you can just flicker this. In casual, brutally mean. In cEDH, meaner things you can do on 7, but for casual, ow.
Yeah, I'm wondering if obviously this works really well with flicker effects. I mean, you could reanimate this so you don't have to go through the whole process of spending 7, but is nuking one person's board enough? Maybe so. Like if you had a really good reanimate commander, This seems like such a cool utility. I like it. I thought it being single sided for 7 was a lot, but I feel like there's ways you can work around that. You're absolutely right though. Like humility is damning. The
Yeah.
fact that these are like permanently that way, whether or not this Colossus is around, is great. Not bad.
Well, going and you can cheat this out with reanimates. This is a good card for Orzhov decks that just need to keep getting bodies to lock people down. But going to the next one, skipping way further down, Kin Binding.
Hmm.
This is a 5 mana enchantment that says creatures you control get +X/+X, where X is the number of creature cards that enter the battlefield under your control this turn. At the beginning of combat, make a 1/1 green-white Kith-Kin creature token. I'm going to be saying this phrase a lot during this stream. Hey, look, it's a Najeela card.
Hmm. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, because with this, you attack with Najeela, and let's say you have five warriors attacking. You're making 5 warriors, and all of your warriors are going to be getting an additional +5/+5 in addition to the one that you got with the Kithkin. So all of your warriors are 7/7s, and you're attacking with 10 of them. So it's 70 damage.
Is there anything alternative to this that exists already for Najeela? Like,
There are other ways of doing the effect, but I think usually they're at 6 mana. So this is, well, the other effects are your creatures have base stats equal to the number of creatures you control. There's also what's it called? The ETB, all of your creatures get a +1/+1 counter card, and that's on 5. But no one plays that because that's hard to keep track of.
mm-hmm.
And that's usually a little bit less useful than Kin Binding, at least, because Kin Binding makes so all of your stuff gets it instead of all the stuff currently on your board whenever a creature enters. This is just an option. I doubt that Najeela is going to use it, but scary card.
Yeah,
Very,
no.
very good Anthem effect, actually, just in general.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it can really help close out the game, or at least put a stopper on someone leveraging their life as a resource. That's for sure. It's not bad. I like it. At 5, it does feel a little steep, but it's not like you're not in 5 colors. Like you can pay for this pretty quickly and efficiently.
Well, next, Kinscare Sentry.
Okay, cool.
One in white for 2/2 lifelink first striker.
That was the first one I had on my list. By the way, that was the first one I have on my list.
It's on everybody's list. This is like the best white card from the set, I think.
Pretty good.
Whenever this creature attacks, you may put a creature card with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield tapped, where X is the number of attacking creatures you control.
Najeela Soldier.
Najeela Soldiers, but also this is just Aether Vial on a creature, but also faster Aether Vial.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about Aether Vial. I think you get the counters on upkeep, was it?
Yes, it's on upkeep. You may tick it up, and then you can tap it to put a creature with a mana value X exactly, not X or less, onto the field. This is just you play it, then you get with a little bit of a board, and then you put a 5-drop into play. Like mean card, very fast and aggressive card.
Yeah, I really like it. I don't know if it's going to see a lot of play. What is it? cEDH, maybe with the Tana Timna, something a little bit slower if you just want to pump out value creatures.
I think Razakats is probably playing this just for the sake of hey, you have Thrasios Timna and a bunch of elves. If you attack with everything, you get a Razakat out on declaration of attack, and then you can sacrifice things that are getting blocked to just win the game. So this is a weird dork in white.
It's an interesting way to put it. Yeah, I mean it counts it counts itself too. So obviously this along with any of your legendaries. In a lot of cases, like your commander and this are enough to at least pump out a solid 2-drop. I kind of like this in something that's a little bit more stacksy, just like slow the pace of the game and get free value.
It also gets around rule of law effects just because it puts the thing into the board, so you don't have to worry about getting stopped by your own stacks.
Kind of dig it. Yeah, it's really good.
Going to a very niche card that probably won't see a lot of play, but I wanted to bring it up for people. Moonlit Lamenter. It is 2 and white for a 2/5 Treefolk Cleric, ETB, get a -1/-1 counter. You may pay 1 white, remove a counter from this, draw a card, activate only as a sorcery. Um, we've had similar effects to this. In white, either it is a awkward way to get counters on the thing, and then you tap it and pay some mana to remove the counter, or it's like an overly costed thing. This is a 3-drop that you can put in a +1/+1 counter deck and just keep removing counters from it to draw cards in white is pretty good. If you're playing a deck that has a hard time drawing cards, this is a nice include. There are some decks like some Orzhov decks don't run a ton of card draw in casual. Some Azorius decks don't run a ton of card draw in casual. Green usually has big bulk card draws if they're doing stuff with +1/+1 counters, so probably not your Selesnya deck. But even like Boros, but I don't think Boros is doing a lot of +1/+1 counter stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a nice card draw mechanic that you can put into a couple different decks if you care about counters. It's useful.
Yeah.
It's useful.
Yeah. Not. I mean, the only hang up is obviously sorcery speed, but at least it's not capped, right? You can do this multiple times on a turn, provided you have the counters on this creature. It's not bad. I do agree. It's probably gonna remain a blocker, right? Kind of why you, I suppose, would want it at instant speed, just in case it does get removed somehow. But even still, this is pretty decent to do. It's just you're kind of showing your hand if you allocate mana for this and like pass with like 1 mana open. In a lot of cases, there's plenty of interaction in that space, but even still, that's pretty good. I kind of overlooked this one. It's not bad.
Next,
It's the next
I got
card.
Personify.
Oh, you don't even want to talk about Morning Tide's Light? It's okay.
We can if you want. I didn't include it just because it's one of the weaker mass flickers in my opinion, but we can talk about it.
Yeah, it's like a
Morning
pseudo.
Tide's
It's
Light.
like a pseudo wrath, but it's a flicker.
Yeah, it's
Because you target
4
your
mana,
own stuff.
exile any number of creatures at the beginning of your next end step. Return all of those creatures to the battlefield tapped under their owner's control. Prevent until your next turn. Prevent all damage that will be dealt to you, and then exile this card. So yeah, it's a temp removal of the board, and it's a temp removal of the board and a fog effect over 3 turns to kind of protect you. Not bad, but if you want to flicker your board, it's usually better to do it at instant speed to protect your stuff. If you want to get rid of your opponent's stuff, there's Winds of Lorien, or not Winland, Galadriel's Dismissal. Galadriel's Dismissal is the instant speed version of this. It's a phase out all creatures your target opponent controls. This goes wider, so
Yeah,
it can be better.
win with the Kithkin binding very easily with your Najila deck if you just Morning Tide's Light. It's not bad. I like mentioning anytime there's a new. I guess you can look at this as a pseudo fog. It ends at the beginning of the next end step. So really, to me, it's like
the fog is until your next turn, but the board wipe is until end step.
Excuse me, but no, it's not bad. I can't think of any decks that really want it. I just like bringing these cards up.
Yeah, it's just another alternative temp wipe in case you just need to get rid of a couple things and flicker cards on your board for some ETB value. So it's a flexible wipe.
Mm-hmm. We like a flexible wipe.
Next, Personify. This is just a 2 mana flicker that also makes you 1/1 changeling. There are a lot of decks that just run, or not a lot. There is a handful of decks that even in cEDH just run every single flicker they can because it gives you utility. This is just another one.
Yeah,
and it gives you changeling as well for the rare deck that is relevant.
Right, having a creature of every type. Not bad.
Yeah,
it's flicker with a body, additional body. I kind of like that,
yep.
especially in a list that needs to sacrifice things.
Nothing to write home about, but something to keep an eye on. Next, this is a card that I really like. Slumbering Walker. It is 5 mana for 4/7 giant warrior that enters with 2 -1/-1 counters. At the beginning of your end step, you may remove a counter from it to return target creature card with power 2 or less from your graveyard to your battlefield. So this is just reanimate a small thing every single turn, and in any deck where you can get +1/+1 or -1/-1 counters on this, you keep doing it over and over and over again, and you'll just keep having ways to get back your stacks pieces that will annoy the absolute crap out of everyone. Love it.
Yeah, I mean,
Annoying card. I love it.
it's interesting. Like armed with that knowledge, like if you have anything as additional sacrifice and or just you're leveraging effects that require you to sack a creature, you could like call your own thing and then bring it back, right? And also doing that with some sort of what's the word, impunity, like knowing that you can do that and will be fine, removing say some effect that would stop you from casting multiple spells per turn, right? A law effect. It's kind of dope. It is high costed. Again, five is up there, but it's not too bad. At least it's 3 generic.
It's I know there are Selesnya decks that have wanted to get more and more ways to reanimate stuff, and this is honestly a pretty good reanimate card for a stacks deck
Yeah,
in
true, true.
Selesnya. You find it pretty well, and then it just keeps getting your stuff back.
Go
Uh,
ahead.
Final card that I got in white is Winnowing. Final card.
Oh,
This is 6 mana for Convoke. For each player, choose a creature that player controls. Then each player sacrifices all creatures they control that don't share a creature type with the chosen creature. With their chosen creature.
mm-hmm.
So this is just a board wipe that in your tribal deck is going to protect everything. If you target your changeling, you keep your entire board. And against other decks that aren't kindred decks, you target their least common thing on their board and blow up everything else. Brutal card, really good card. Usually going to be a very, very cheap board wipe because if you're playing a tribal heavy deck, you go wide very quickly. So you can just say, oh, I tap all of these random soldier tokens and I blow up all non soldiers on my board, which is none. I blow up your guys' boards with the exception of one creature for each of you. And I tapped 6 soldiers to do it. So 0 mana board wipe.
Yeah, provided those soldiers are white. So like two
Yes.
two white or 0 potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it in tribal. Very again, like what was saying, somewhat niche, but definitely a decent wipe.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this could definitely be played in Winota just by the fact of like you say you want to keep your humans or your non-humans and then you blow up the rest, and if you do choose one or the other, you're going to have a lot of overlap where it's like, oh, I choose my human shaman, so all my humans and my shamans will survive, including my non-human shamans.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. True. It's
It's
interesting too because it's also sacrifice, so this does get around a few
yeah.
things. It's not like you have to destroy them, or they're destroyed rather.
Any white cards that you wanted to add, Patrick?
No, there's one that I'm like a little iffy on. It's
Bring it up.
not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. I'm looking at it. Might as well. Okay. Pyrrhic Strike. It's just an interesting piece of removal. It's 3 mana though, mind you.
I was looking at this card as well. The only reason why I didn't have it was I said it's 3 mana for disenchant, and if you kind of kill a creature on your board, you can blow up something else. There's definitely going to be decks that are happy to run that,
right.
but 3 mana to kill a big creature, which you can't always do, and then blow up an artifact or enchantment, not too
Yeah.
great. I do actually think this will see a good amount of play in casual, so good call, good thing to bring up. Also, we got to talk about blight because I think this is the first time we've actually had the blight keyword.
Potentially, yeah.
Blight says that you put X -1/-1 counters on a creature you control. The very fun thing is if you have a 1/1 and you have blight 10, you can just toss all the counters on the 1/1 and kill it, and then that's the cost to play the spell.
Not
So for
horrible.
this, it's blight 2. You put 2 minus counters on something you control, and then you can both disenchant and kill a big thing.
Yeah, and good with that slumbering giant, or good with anything that cares about counters being on it. Like there's some form of relevancy to that, whether you're removing them or
I am
leveraging
gonna
them.
love it.
Yeah, it's not horrible. I do think 3 is high. I think if it was obviously 2, it'd be quite playable, especially with both those effects. Like 3 or greater is amazing. This hits a lot. That alone is really great, and then obviously the disenchant that we'll mention. Solid effect. There's a big asterisk on this one. That's why I didn't really want to bring it up, but it's fine.
All right. So that's the last thing in white. Let's go to blue.
Yeah, provided there's anything we missed, let us know. But we'll move on to blue.
Next, my first card is Disruptor of Currents. It's 3 blue blue for a creature merfolk wizard with 3 power, 3 toughness, flash, and convoke. When this creature enters, return one other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. This is just a pretty decent body with flash and ETB bounce a thing. Not going to see play in every deck, but in the decks where you do just have enough creatures, this is a pretty good card. Like, Convoke on things is really good, especially at instant speed. Um, there's a lot of flexibility in the card. It's a really good merfolk. It's a really good wizard. I could see it slotting in either a merfolk or wizard deck, or just a deck that makes a lot of tokens that is fine with paying for this. I have a Zelix mill deck, and I'm probably going to put this into that deck because I make a lot of 1/1 horrors. So 2 mana for a 3/3 body that bounces a thing on enters is kind of nice.
Yeah, a non-land permanent thing, and it can be your thing too, right? Like if you want to
Yeah,
reclaim a mana vault that you played out earlier without having to pay the cost, something like that, or
it
perhaps
just can't be itself
yeah,
because they don't want you making 5 tokens when this thing enters to bounce it to replay it to bounce it to replay it. No, no, no.
yeah, it's not bad. I feel like it seems more oriented to more one-on-one play, but I could see this in the right deck. I don't disagree. I like this one. I kind of heads or tails on this one, but it's not
Yeah,
horrible.
it's definitely more of a casual card than a cEDH
Oh,
card.
for sure. Yeah.
I might play that in my Abdel deck purely by the fact of I have a whole bunch of 1/1 soldiers that I don't do anything with. So play it. I might as well. But it's really focused towards decks that actually care about the type of creature it is more than anything else.
Fact.
And decks that make tokens. Kaikar might do something with this as well. I don't know. We got options.
Sorry.
Uh, Actually, Kaikar's very happy with this because Kaikar doesn't care about the spirits being tapped. He just sacks them for a red. So
The
you
spirits
can tap
are blue and white. What are the spirits? White.
I think they're just white off of Kaikar.
Oh, okay, okay.
So you still have to pay the double blue or tap 2 other creatures, either Kaikar or something else to pay for it. It's just a nice card. Um, but going to my next one, Flitterwing Nuisance. Flitterwing Nuisance is
Oh,
1
it's
mana
literally
for
right
a
next to it. Sorry.
yeah, it's literally right next to it. It's a 2/1 fairy rogue with flying. It enters with a -1/-1 counter, and you can pay 2 and a blue to remove a counter from this creature. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. This turn. Sorry, player or planeswalker this turn, draw a card. Um, this card is just another Edric / Toski style effect. Pretty nice and blue if you care about Bident effects. The thing that makes this card really dumb, if you were playing a +1/+1 counter deck, you can stack that bottom effect at instant speed in response to people not blocking. So you can just kind of go, surprise, I'm drawing 12. In the correct deck, this is an insane draw engine. In cEDH, this is not seeing any play. In casual, this is going to see a decent amount of play. It's just a nice-ish body with a good effect stapled on it that will draw you a handful of cards. Nice card.
Yeah, not horrible. Definitely non cEDH. 1 mana, 1/1 flyer that lets you draw when you're hitting multiple players or planeswalkers. That's not bad. I don't mind it. Nothing's really like floored me from this set, but this isn't a horrible draw engine.
Yeah. Um, One card that's just going to be another tech card. It's the next card. Uh, Glamour Gifter.
Claimer.
This is a 2 mana for a 1/2 flash flyer. ETB. Choose up to one other target creature until the end of the turn. That creature is base power toughness 4/4 and is all creature types. The only reason why I bring this up is this is, I think, the first creature that says ETB makes something a changeling, which is very specifically good for Malcolm.
Mm.
Malcolm as a cEDH deck has been doing Malcolm Timna for a while. And one of the weaknesses of the deck is that if you lose Glinthorn, you don't have a good way of winning because you can't tutor for other things that well, other than like a Kiki Jiki combo. You now can, because you can find any of the things that say blah 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 treasure or deal damage.
Mm-hmm.
When an artifact enters deal damage, tap 2 artifacts you control to deal 1 damage. And then you can use the Glamour Gifter, search that up with Invasion of Ikoria, and then make that thing into a pirate, which means that you're going to be making treasures off Malcolm and Wit. So it gives you more Malcolm combos that you can easily search up. Because I think the only other option you had before was the that little starfish looking changeling guy that says you can tap to make a creature all creature types. This is just ETB. Make something all creature types.
I think you're right in saying that to give auto changeling with without like without removing any effects as well. So like you can sort of like you're saying DIY your own Malcolm.
Yeah,
Or
make something that needs to be a pirate for Malcolm to go infinite.
I can see this slotting into that list for sure. How many other
they
lists?
can take out the 2-man. There's an instant that they play that does the same thing, but it doesn't have a body on it. It's just 2 mana for an instant to make something into a 4/4 of all types.
This is a little bit
They
better.
just take that out, put this in. Now they have a creature that they can search up for it.
Yeah, this seems better for sure. For sure.
Next, Glenalendra Guardian. Another mean card with +1/+1 counters.
I like how you said it like it's a legendary. Glenalendra, Guardian.
No. It's just apparently Glenalendra is a place or something. I don't know. So 2 and a blue for a 3/4 flash flying. Enters with -1/-1 counter. You can pay 1 to blue, remove a counter from it, and then counter target non-creature spell. Its controller draws a card. I have an offer you can't refuse. Really good card if you can get a lot of counters on this, because negate on legs is gross.
I mean, it's kind of wild. I mean, it has flash, so you can obviously flash this in and do this effect, but at 5 it's steep. You probably just want to flash this in to have a pretty decent blocker. I mean, it only comes in with the -1 counter, so
it's flash, block, and kill Timna and keep a body.
Yeah, because it is effectively a 2/3 with the -1/-1.
This is a really good card. I can see this slotting into a lot of decks, both casual and competitive, because if there is a way that you can get counters on this in competitive, it is so mean. And you don't need to get a lot of counters. If you get like 2 counters on it consistently, no one's going to have fun.
Yeah,
everything's getting countered.
Yeah, I kind of love the fact that this is always just a looming threat as well, right? Provided you have any counter on it, it's like you're just going to have to contend with the fact that it will be countered provided they have the mana, should they like. And it's activated ability too, so it's a little trickier to contend with than, say, a spell from hand. Not that many people run effects like Stifle, so you're getting around quite a bit. And it is worded exactly like an offer you can't refuse, right? Same type of spell, same effect in the draw. Quite good. Obviously, that's like 1 mana, but we're talking about blue here.
Yeah,
it's quite good. This is not bad. I feel like I glazed over this one. This is actually nice.
It's a surprisingly good card. Just as a decent body that can counter a thing later is pretty nice. And then if you do stuff with counters, much nicer.
Yeah, what counter manipulating decks are there that are like really spicy?
Let me do like a quick search.
EDH rec,
legendary
gain
creature
counters. Yeah.
Legendary creature counter. Actually, let's see. Includes blue. There we go. That would probably be a bit more accurate of a search. But while that loads, because Scryfall's being slow for me, my next card is Lender's Answer. It's the next card. This is 4 mana for an instant that says this spell can't be countered. Counter all spells and abilities your opponents control. Then you make a 1/1 blue-black fairy creature token with flying for each spell or ability countered this way. It's a mind break trap that you have to hard cast, but can't be countered. Granted, it's not exiling the spells, it is countering. it is countering the spells. So do with that information as you will. It's still just another mass counter effect, but it can't be countered. I don't think it's going to see a lot of play. I think that maybe a 2-color deck would play it, but hard maybe.
Uh, Jonathan's mentioning the old Glenelendra to see if that effect is the same.
Old Glenelendras, you pay 1 blue and sacrifice her to counter a non-creature spell, and you return her to the battlefield with Persist. She has Persist.
Right, so it's nearly the same. I understand what you're
Yeah.
saying. I mean, I think I prefer the Guardian. It's kind of crazy, like the stat line here.
OG Glen also doesn't have Flash, correct?
No, I mean that is and isn't relevant. Yeah, OG Glen doesn't have Flash though. Glenelendra Archmage is
Yeah,
specifically what I'm talking about.
the Guardian being able to just kind of say, holding up interaction, holding it, didn't need to use it, set up a threat. That is pretty good. That is pretty good.
I do think that they both have their place. I agree though that like you never really see this one played, the other Glenelendra, but it's the fact that you need to drop 4 up front like that. It's kind of rough. So like Will was saying, having Flash here is quite relevant. And the fact that this is reusable for the ability. Oddly,
Okay.
you could do this to counter, like if you're on a lab man package still, you could do this to counter your own thing if you just needed the draw. There's
Yeah.
benefits to having the offer you can't refuse on attached to this as well. So giving someone a draw though isn't ideal for 2 mana, but you're
Yeah.
you're usually stopping something that's going to probably win them the game, right? Provided it's not a
I will
creature.
say I did find one that is a very funny option, which is Azuri. It's the Simic Experience counter commander. That start of
Ooh,
combat you put X counters on a thing.
yeah, I'm trying to pull it up. Azuri. Is it the progress?
Uh,
You can count on your turn,
let
put an
me.
X1/1 counters on another target creature you control, where X is the number of experience counters you have.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it's kind of dope. Persist is also reusable if you have a +1/+1 counter manipulation. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
because you just keep removing counter over and over and over again.
I don't know.
Uh,
What
da-
do
da-
you? Which one do you like better, man? The Guardian or the Archmage?
oh, um, I like the Guardian a little bit better than Archmage because with Archmage, usually you don't have a way to consistently remove the -1/-1 counter outside of also +1/+1 counter stuff. But to use it well, you need to go put another counter on it, put another counter on it, put another counter on it. But with Guardian, you can just go put 20 counters on it and leave it there. And then you just go, I hold up mana. Counter, 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 counter. Boom. Did the thing. With Guardian, you don't need to have consistent ways of putting counters on things. You just need to have a way to put a lot of counters on something, and then it can use them as fuel.
Yeah,
Also,
it's.
I found the thing that puts counters on stuff really easily. Um, Menomenon,
Oh, spell this
Uthros
again.
Exile, huh?
Spell this again.
MM apostrophe MENON. If you just do MENON, it'll probably pop up.
Oh, yeah.
What a artifact characters, put a counter on a thing.
It's kind of cool tech for that deck for sure. I think the other relevant thing about the Glenelendra card is the fact that the persist is triggered, right? So it'll occur and then it'll be in your graveyard, and people can continue, countering or proceeding with play lines. I feel like having the Guardian accessible throughout any sort of stack battle is probably better as well, even though the cost is higher. But again, it
There
is
has
all
been,
dependent on the counters. You need counters on this card, so its
yeah.
usefulness is heavily going to rely on having a deck that actually allocates counters reliably, and they don't have to be -1 or +1. They could be, at least for this character, they could be any form of counter. Like if it gets a trample counter, and anything of that nature. Really, just any
Yeah,
counter.
I'm trying to see if there's something that does like shield counters or charge counters
Right,
or
right,
something,
right.
but I can't find. I can't find a commander that does those
That
counters
just dumps counters on the
specifically
board.
very well.
To speak to Glenalandra's answer really quick, though, I looked at this one. I wasn't too high on it due to the cost. It's
Yeah,
like Will said, it doesn't exile the spells like Mind Break Trap. You can't alternatively cast it during a counter battle. Getting the bodies is or isn't relevant. Like it's not gonna make or break a lot of games, but I guess having relevant blockers could be nice because they are flyers. That's fine. It's four is quite a bit is my thing, but if you're playing a control deck, you could likely afford to hold up that much.
yes, having to hold up 4 mana for the Guardian is a higher cost than with OG Glenalendra, but if you are playing an instant speed deck, I don't think you care too much. And if you have the ability to hold up mana to do stuff, you can make the game go long to the point where that amount of mana doesn't matter. So there's ways around it, but I do kind of agree. Yeah, holding up 4 mana can hurt. Um, but even just holding up 2 mana and just threatening it constantly, just the one, is pretty decent.
Yeah. How much mana do we hold up in Katara? Mono blue Katara.
Uh,
All of it.
well, all of it, literally all of it. With that guitar, you just don't care about
Yeah.
casting anything on your turn. You're like, I'll discard hand says, I don't care.
Anyways, let's move on from the Glenalandras of the world.
Uh, Next one is Harmonized Crescendo.
Oh shit.
It is 4 blue for an instant that says Convoke. Choose a creature type, draw a card for each permanent you control that is that type. Hey, look at that! That's an Agila card.
God.
I will say, just naming Warrior off this with Nagila and having 2 mana draw 10, pretty broken. Tapping Spirits and then drawing off Spirits in I just named him. Freaking bird wizard. Not what's his name?
Nardwar?
Okay. No, Sacks a Spirit, make red mana.
Kaikar.
Kaikar. Doing that in Kaikar, really good. Tapping your soldier tokens in Abdel to draw a crap ton of cards for 2 mana, really good. If you have any commander that cares about going very wide and making a lot of tokens, this card is a staple. Once again, I am playing this in Zelix because, hey, 2 mana draw 15 cards is kind of dumb. This is a very good card.
Yeah, it's quite good. In the right decks, it's pretty outstanding. So I think that
Correct.
this is pretty solid for casual and competitive, honestly.
Yeah. If you're playing one of the few competitive decks that makes a lot of tokens, put this in the deck.
Yeah,
I
100%.
don't know. Do you play this in a
Oswald? No.
what's his name? Your favorite Black Planeswalker partner? Tevish Zvad.
Yeah, Tevish with the little
Do you
minions you
just
make.
make a crap ton of
Thrall
thralls
and
and then
I mean,
like let's say
you're
a
drawing
Tevish
quite
Thrasios. Some people do that.
you're drawing quite a bit already. Don't get greedy, Will. No.
Well, you can block with all of your thrall tokens, then in response tap all of them and pay 2 to
Yeah,
draw
that's true. That's
6
true.
cards.
The fact that it's instant speed is pretty gnarly. I'm not gonna lie.
It's so good.
Yeah.
I looked at this, thought it was sorcery, and I'm like, oh, that's not bad. Then I saw instant, and I was like, oh,
Options.
that's good.
Yeah, it's quite good. No, this is killer. This is like the only one I had in blue. Sorry, blue.
Uh,
So everything else Will says is going to cover everything I had to say about blue.
my next card that I'm going to bring up purely for the fact of this is a better version of a card that I brought up, but it's in a different color, so ergo it is kind of worse. It is Lockmare. So this is 1 in a blue for a horse serpent with 4 power and 5 toughness, and it enters with 3/-1/1 counters. You can pay 1 in a blue, remove a counter from it, and draw a card. You can pay 2 in a blue, remove 2 counters from it, and tap a creature and put a stun counter on it. This is a better version of the white card because this costs 1 less mana. You can use the ability at instant speed, and it enters with 3/-1/1 counters, meaning you can draw more cards by itself off base. The only reason why this card is less good, you have a ton of other potential draw engine options in blue. you have basically none in white, which is the only reason why I brought up the white card. But
Yeah.
I'm bringing this up because somebody's going to say it in chat where it's like, why don't you bring up the card that's just a better version of the white card? Because blue doesn't need it, white does.
Yeah, so sad. I think the Lochmare is going to remain a legend. It's only going to be a fable. People will talk about this
Indeed.
monster for years to come, but no one will pretend like they've ever seen it on a battlefield. Hmm? It's okay. Yeah, it's quite good. It's much better than. I feel like this always happens though, like where you'll get a copy that's just strictly better in blue
It's
than
freaking blue getting better versions
yeah,
of white card.
pretty much all the time, all the time. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's fine.
Uh,
We're all used to it by now.
yeah. Yeah. We got Alms Collector, then we got Hull Breacher.
You're like, oh sure.
Uh, Next, Mirror Form. 6 mana for an instant that says, choose a non-land permanent you control. It becomes a copy. Or, sorry, each non-land permanent you control becomes a copy of a target non-aura permanent. Once again, if you have a token-based deck or if you have a deck that can go wide enough, this lets you just go, oh, you have Heuristic Study? I have 8.
Damn.
The fact that this is an instant means that you can use it flexibly and you can keep up control tools and then do it on somebody's end step. Do I think somebody might try using this in cEDH? Maybe. I honestly, with Heuristic Study being a thing and Draw Engines just being a thing, I could see token-based decks like Kaikar just going, I'm going to sacrifice a couple of those spirits, pay 2, and then make everything on my board into Heuristic Study, including Kaikar, so that I can just start winning the game.
Yeah.
But it is very feast or famine because you're turning your commander into Heuristic Study, and it's staying Heuristic Study until it leaves the board.
Yeah. This is not till end of turn or anything like that. You're quite
Yeah.
locked into that. If you have a deck that has sufficient ramp or even like mono blue where you could high tide into this, I feel like there's some real shenanigans you can do here. Are there any simple combos you can just construct? I mean, you're talking about it just for value, but well, it's just for value. It's quite a lot of value having
It's best
7
to do
Ristic
it
studies.
just for value.
Yeah, having 7 Ristic studies is quite. Do you want to pay for this one? How about this one? What about this one? Yeah, they're never going to.
Yeah, people are already annoyed about the do you pay the one, but now it's just going to be like,
Do you pay the
do you
20?
pay the one? Do you pay the one? Do you pay the one? Do you pay the one? Do
Yeah.
you pay the one? Do you pay the one? Do you pay the one? Do you pay the one?
That last one, no? Okay. Yeah, it's quite good. Yeah, 6 is a lot. I'm curious to see what people slot this into. But frankly, though, like if
6 is a lot, but the fact that people play draw engine based permanents means this is going to be hitting something good almost every time.
Also,
and
like
the fact that it does not say copy of target non-aura permanent you control
yeah
makes this card playable. If it said you control, mediocre card, only good and casual.
Yeah.
But because you can target your opponent's stuff, that's why I think it's competitive.
No, I agree. I think you're right. Also, blue has so many free forms of counter interaction. So even if you make your commander a copy of Ristic Study, you still have your commander for, like a deflecting swat or force of negation. It doesn't, you know what I'm saying? That all the free stuff that's relying on your commander, or free stuff that just exists in blue, or free stuff that exists in some of the other colors are getting, decent free interaction, but really just blue.
You can also just wait for everybody to go shields down to play this, so you don't even have to defend it.
Yeah.
You just go like, oh, you tapped out on your turn right before that guy's turn. Cool, on your end step, I do it.
Yeah. Make sure it goes off, because when it does, that's like auto value. I mean, so long as it's not legendary, I suppose that's the only hiccup. But
yes,
yeah.
Thankfully, a lot of the draw engines that people consistently play aren't legendary
So
based.
not the
like
One
you have
Ring.
Fairy Mastermind, you have Ristic Study, you have Esper Sentinel.
Don't copy the One Ring.
Yeah.
I mean,
you could. You're just not going to like the outcome of that.
Exactly. Okay.
Next, Omni Changeling. It is a Changeling with Convoke that says it enters as a copy of another creature, except it has Changeling. It's just a Convoke copy creature. Honestly, that kind of makes it good enough because that's good enough.
Yeah, I don't know. Does it replace Fleshy or Mockingbird or?
I don't think it's going to be better than Fleshy or Mockingbird, but in decks that want multiple
Yeah.
copies of things, I think that it is worth running. But it's better than, because let's see. Yeah, this is only copies of creature. I was going to say it's better than the Phyrexian, but the Phyrexian can hit artifacts, which is the reason why that's better.
Mm-hmm.
But it can. This is usually going to be like 3 mana, so it's competing with that one. Uh, yeah, just any creature. It's I think it's better than the one vehicle, probably the one that's Imposter Mech. I think it's better than Imposter Mech, but it's worse than a couple of the other things.
Okay.
It's worth a play, but I don't think it's going to be played everywhere. I think it's just a nice inclusion for people.
Yeah, that's great. New changeling.
New
It's
changeling
always
or
worth mentioning.
new clone.
Yeah, new clone effect. Excuse me.
I know we have a lot of blue cards left, but I only have one more on my list.
That's okay. I might have to take a step out while you talk about this one.
It is Subterfuge. If you'd like to pull it up,
I
it's the
would love to pull it up. It has the dolphin hawk thing on it.
Yeah, it looks like it's a fish, then it looks like it's a dragonfly, then it looks like it's a hawk, and then it looks like it's a lizard.
It's a little fucked up. Let's be honest. Okay,
I will read it, and you can go do your thing really quick as I read the card.
Take your time. I'll be 1 second.
Subterfuge is 4 and a blue for a creature elemental incarnation with 3 power and 5 toughness that says, when this creature enters, target creature gains flying, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw that many cards until the end of turn. This card also has Encore for 7 blue, blue, blue. For those who don't know, just to buy time, Encore is exile this card from your graveyard. For each opponent, create a token copy that attacks that player that turn or this turn if able. They gain haste, and those tokens are sacrificed at the beginning of the next end step. Activate only as a sorcery. Fun note for Rami, you do sacrifice all of the tokens at the same time on the end step, so there's a couple fun interactions with that, but that's not why this is relevant. I will say the relevancy of it when Patrick gets back, but all you have to know is this is a decent body. It's a thing that you can easily search up in green, and this is basically, I'll just go into the details of it. It's a draw equals to power card that you can run in a Simic deck. It also gives evasion to whatever you have at target, because flying. And if you have Encore, you can triple stack that buff onto the same thing to draw a crap ton of cards. So this is basically just, it's another Disciple of Freyalise that you can run in the deck that gives evasion and does not require you to sacrifice the thing to draw. You just have to connect, which flying means that you're more likely than not guaranteed to connect. So good draw card, easily tutorable in Simic. Another really good option for Simic cEDH. Only good in decks that can specifically get a high-powered creature out. Good notable card. Not going to be played everywhere, but it will definitely be played in some places. It, in certain situations, will be drawing about as much as PETA, which for a card that's more expensive than PETA for the Encore, should better draw about as much as PETA. And now we will wait for Patrick to get back while I take a sip of my drink. So, what does everybody think of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cards we've gotten accidentally leaked in this set? For those who don't know, I'll go over this also just to kill time. We had an error where in the Lorwyn Eclipsed boxes that everybody got during pre-release, a lot of the promos that people got were actually Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle promo cards, meaning that we got like 90 cards spoiled from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So we might be going over that sometime in the near future.
Ugly card.
I was talking about the
ugly card.
I was talking about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle thing. Oh. I told you right before the stream where a bunch of promos were sent out for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles instead of Lorwyn.
Yeah, I hope you guys managed to get your hands on some. That's disgusting. Sorry, there was something on my blog device. Dumb card draw big. Ugly.
TLDR, dumb card draw big. Main reason why I had this is because A, this is a thing that you can tutor in a Simic deck that is draw equal to power,
Yeah.
because you target a thing, you give it flying, and then when it deals damage, you draw equal to the number or the damage it dealt. And Encore means that you draw equal to triple the damage that thing would deal because you just target the same thing 3 times.
Not horrible. Costly.
Thoughts on that, Patrick?
I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I don't know how many decks this wants to slot into, but if
this was in black, I'd play it in Yargle Multani.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's probably going to see more play in Simic because you can find it easily, and it kind of, I don't know,
I said this is basically a Disciple of Freyalise, except you don't have to sacrifice the creature and you don't gain life, and then it has an Encore ability.
You don't gain the life though, man. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Oh no.
It's not bad. I like it.
Yeah.
I feel like you probably covered it enough. I have no real thoughts on this one. I thought it was just okay.
It's a fine card. I don't think it's going to be breaking anything because I don't know how many Simic decks care about power, but there are some weird cEDH Simic decks like a Pure and Toothy where Toothy gets really big, and then this would be a perfect card for that deck. But I don't think there's any powerful mainstream decks that I would put this in.
I just like the art a lot. I like that all the parts of
the
dolphin,
lizard, whale, dragonfly, hawk, shark.
Yeah, I mean, I thought all the parts of the dolphin were there, like the head, past one section in, and then the tail underwater. Or that could be like a whale body.
Yeah, I think it's like I think it goes dolphin head, lizard arms,
iguana specifically,
shark fin, dragonfly wings, hawk wings into a whale fin, like a killer whale fin, and then a shark tail.
Yeah, I see that. Sorry, this is just one of the more fun arts we've seen in a while. I hate that it doesn't have like a crazy typing like some of the slime octopus elf lady things we get. And
all right, that is everything I have for blue.
Yeah, no, I literally just had the one thing.
The One Ring?
No, the one that could copy the One Ring, but would be bad. Actually, no. Sorry, the convoke and draw. Excuse me. That one seems pretty useful.
Yeah, the convoke and draw is really good. I'm surprised at how good that card is.
I think it'll see play. There isn't like a long list of cards I would say from the set that are going to see like a lot of play or are groundbreaking in a major way, but there's some good.
The one that I think is going to see a notable amount of play is that white Kithkin that we discussed. That's put a thing from hand into play equal to the number of attackers.
Yeah.
There's just enough decks that putting in like a 4-drop or 5-drop can do crazy stuff.
True.
So I think that's going to be the one card from this set that sees a good amount of play.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Next, we got a Bitterbloom Bearer.
Oh yeah, early spoil. Good card.
Yeah, I do have to say, flavor fail on this card. It's not a 2/2, so it is not a bear.
Yeah, no. It's not.
But it is black for a 1/1 flash flyer that says at the beginning of your upkeep, lose a life, and then create a 1/1 blue-black fairy token with flying. It's Bitter Blossom, but it costs double black instead of single black, and it has a body with flash.
Yeah, I mean, the flash is kind of relevant. Like, you could... Obviously, this is a little bit more effective, I would say, than like having to tap out on your turn for a Bitter Blossom. It's double black as opposed to like a generic and a black, I believe. So there are trade-offs, but this is good. This just feels like better Bitter Blossom to me. Obviously, this
Better Blossom,
better Blossom. Yeah, this just feels like better Bitter Blossom. Better Bitter Blossom. This one, it's good.
Betty Bitter Blossom baked better Bitter Blossom.
Exactly. Anyways, there's plentiful amount of fun fairy tokens for you to use as well. So enjoy, swagging your deck out.
Next is a card that I am surprised is only $1 after this came out. It is Bloodline Binding. This is 6 black for sorcery with Convoke that says choose a creature type, return all cards of the chosen type from your graveyard to the battlefield. The reason why I'm surprised that this is only $1 is there's a lot of decks that, like for instance, Aristocrats, which just have a ton of clerics for some reason, or Goblins, which are the Reanimator creature type from this set, that would very happily sacrifice their entire board to Skirk Prospector after tapping all of their goblins to cast for this to get back all of their goblins to just keep going, including stuff like Goblin Matron and other things, meaning that they're just tutoring or killing stuff on board or dealing more damage or making more goblin tokens over and over and over and over and over again. This card is one of the best mass reanimate effects I think we've ever gotten in all of MTG history, and I am surprised that it's only $1. I think this will see no cEDH play, but this will see a crap ton of bracket 4 play.
Yeah, it's interesting that they aren't returned tapped. So provided the creatures you're leveraging, is there a way you can fit in like when this creature enters the battlefield, return target instant or sorcery to your hand, like any sort of Ewit and or
Wizards,
right? So I'm trying to think, like, there's got to be some sort of bloodline ritual you can do where you're sacrificing them, leveraging the bodies to convoke this, like sort of paying for itself, and then like repeat to just go through your library. There might even be like a decent start to this with like a buried alive pile. I'm curious to.
You could also use a dual caster mage and sacrifice dual
Yeah.
Tap a bunch of things, tap a bunch of wizards, and then dual caster mage, and just bring back your wizards infinitely with some kind of sack effect. There's options. I don't think wizards is going to be the best way to go, but there are decks that are going to run this. I think elf balls, like the Golgari elf ball and stuff, is going to run this. There's zombie decks that are very happily going to run this because they're just going to go, hey, yeah, I'm just going to tap all those tutus that I've been making with this bridge from below in my graveyard. I'm going to bring back all those zombies I've been sacrificing.
This is sick.
Gross card is gross.
Yeah, no, gross card is gross. It is obviously high costed, but you're going to work around that with the convoke element. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Obviously, Changeling's the best option. Having Changelings in your graveyard is the best option.
Yes.
Whatever that means.
Next is Champion of the Weird, which, whatever that means, honestly, that...
yeah.
He isn't the weird. How's he a champion of Arcanus?
Yeah. What also like aren't weirds like a thing in folklore? Yeah. Is it a creature type in this game too?
Elementals.
Do we have weirds in this game?
In Magic the Gathering, but not in this set.
Okay. Well, he's their champion. Just
yeah,
you all know now.
So just to spoil something for everybody, all the champions have a variation of the Behold effect where you exile the card Beholded. Not every other card in the set has it. This is only the champions have it, to nod to OG Lorwyn, who had a whole mechanic called Champion of Merfolk. This is Champion of Goblins. As an additional cost to cast this, behold a goblin and exile it. That means reveal a goblin from your hand or choose a goblin on your board. And then you exile it because thing says to.
Yeah.
You may pay a life and blight 2, and target opponent blights 2. Activated sorcery speed. When this creature leaves the battlefield, return the exiled card to its owner's hand. This card is good for 2 reasons. 1, it lets you flicker a goblin, or it lets you bounce a goblin on your board back to your hand, which is surprisingly really good. 2, this is kind of a sack outlet for your goblins because you can blight kill your own goblins and then reanimate them with a mass reanimate later. And 3, this is a board wipe. This will be killing entire players' boards because it's a 5/5, so you can blight this twice, or blight 2 this twice, and give 2 -1/-1 counters on your opponent's stuff. This will eventually just go, I'm going to Toxic Deluge, nuking everybody's board and half of my own board. Pass. Very good card for bracket 4. Don't think it's going to see cEDH play. With Dockside being banned, Goblin decks have gotten significantly worse than cEDH, but I've seen Goblin decks that are somewhat playable, and we got a lot of Goblin tools from the set that there might be a cEDH Goblin deck that comes out, but this is more bracket 4.
Is there like an Ewit for goblins? Is there a goblin that lets you return goblins?
Yes. One of the commanders, actually.
Okay. Well, that's what you'd exile.
We can actually hop forward just a little bit to it, and we can at least bring it up. This is a legendary, so we're not talking about this for cards themselves, but it's notable. It's Grub, Storied Matriarch. 2 and a black for 2/1 with menace. On ETB or transform, return target goblin card from your graveyard to your hand. Literally Ewit specifically for goblins.
Kind of dope. I mean,
Yeah,
the dude cost 4, mind you, so it's a little bit
4.
difficult to get out there. But if the idea
But
is to have,
it is 4 mana with a kind of upside with Behold, because usually Behold's going to be an upside in a Goblin Tribal deck. That also just board wipes, and
yeah,
it's like a 1.5 sided board wipe.
right. Get rid of the squee. Get rid of the squee that's in your hand. Obviously, if you're playing this in strictly Rakdos with Grub, then it's not that great. But yeah,
If you're playing this in like strictly Rakdos with Grub, I think that this is still very good just as an option.
yeah. I'd say maybe more casually slanted, but not bad. Sorry, looking at the art on
It's
the box leathers
I
and
would
grays.
say it's bracket 4 in my opinion, just because it's a goblin based toxic deluge.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean the only difference being that you can only target one thing at a time, which I think in most cases is probably relevant enough. If they have 3 defense or higher, then you're gonna have to target them twice. Where deluge, you could just blanket sweep everything for 3 as opposed to 4. So
yeah,
it's like it's I wouldn't say too close to deluge, but not too far removed. I mean, there's some utility here.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
some bit.
also you're usually going to be on the positive side of those exchanges because you're only going to be probably putting 2 counters on a 1/1 for goblins.
Mm.
So you're losing one toughness and the opponent's losing 2. So inevitably you're going to be up on people.
Yeah, I just don't understand why he's snatching beehives, but we'll move on.
Oh, he's the champion of the weird.
They don't like bees. What?
I don't know. You don't know what he's going to do with those bees. He's weird.
Yeah, clearly. What do you have next? Well, I don't have. I
Oh,
have one more card that's near the bottom here.
all right. My card is actually still pretty close up here. It's Darnhand Descendant.
Or
It
dissident.
is
Yeah, yeah.
1 black for 1/2 elf warlock. You can tap and blight 1 to surveil 1. You can tap and blight 2 to exile a card from a graveyard. Then, during your turn, you may cast creature spells from among cards you own exiled with this creature by removing 3 counters from among creatures you control in addition to paying their cost.
Hmm.
So with this, you surveil 1, put a blight -1/-1 counter on it. You pay 2 and exile a notable thing from your graveyard and put 2 -1/-1 counters on your Eidolon of Rhetoric, something. Doesn't Thrasios, let's say. Then you can replay that thing you just exiled. Let's say Timna. You replay the Timna that you exiled from your graveyard, and then you have Timna back and you walked around commander attacks, and you remove all the counters from this and Thrasios, and you can repeat that again. This is just, even if you don't surveil with this can just be tap, put 2 -1/-1 counters on a thing you control, and then remove the 2 counters and 1 counter from something else to replay something from exile or from grave.
Right.
So this is just a 1 mana. Your graveyard is kind of your hand card.
It's interesting, even just ignoring the top effects, that you can use this for that bottom static effect, provided you have a list that just pushes counters onto the battlefield by some way. It's
Yeah,
it's really, I mean, just that static effect alone is quite good.
yeah,
Um, depending on the list. Again, there's a lot of like counter dependent cards in this set. It's just part of the
yes,
theme. So which is good. Like I think it's good that they flesh out support for things like this. I think that that bottom half is probably going to be a very good utility. Because it's not capped either, right? Like you need to exile a thing with this dude for this, mind you, but you cast a card from the cards you own exiled with this
exile
creature.
tokens.
So I'm trying to think. It's like a shenanigan where you're untapping this. Well, I don't know. You're not gonna umbral mantle this. What's the what are
I mean, you blight just something else and then keep going. Like
yeah? I'm trying
it's
to
you
find
just
a way to
using
like
blight.
break the dawn hand, but there's not like it's just good utility. Basically,
Yeah,
is how it functions.
it's just a 1 mana dork. Surprisingly, an elf, which does lend a little bit more utility to it. But it's 1 mana elf that just says play something from your graveyard every turn. Have fun.
It doesn't need to be your graveyard though.
You can only play creatures you own
From
in
cards
exile.
own. Oh. God, that's so narrow. Okay. Okay.
Well, see,
You're still.
you just keep
Yeah.
you just keep exiling your own elves and then playing your own elves, and it
Right.
just lets you rebuild your elf ball.
I do like that you can exile someone else's thing from their graveyard, provided you wanted to get rid of a threat, like some form of threat that was pushed into their graveyard. But
Like that Razaketh that just got entombed.
yeah, exactly. Okay, I like it. I like it. It's very.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty quirky. It's obviously a slow burn to get there,
It,
but
it's no Deathrite Shaman, but it is a honest to goodness toolbox because hey, just surveilling one every turn is also not that bad.
no. I mean, you need the bodies to suffer through the blight, but once you get to the point where you're surveilling, you should hopefully have hit something that you can. I'm going to say reanimate, but bring back from exile. Yeah.
Yeah. Next, Eventide Shadow. This is 4 and a black for sorcery. Remove any number of counters from among permanents on the battlefield. Draw cards and lose life equal to the number of counters removed this way. Uh, the funny, stupid combo is you do Dark Depths and you remove all 20 counters from Dark Depths with just this card and draw 20 cards. That is the funny, dumb thing people already.
Yeah, I know. Why would you
People
do
already
that?
come up with that stupid line, and I love that. This is just a very good draw card in the right deck, and it's surprisingly just a hate tool. Because if you have a friend who's playing a +1/+1 counter deck, you can go, I kill your whole board and draw 15.
Any counter among permanents on the battlefield.
It's mean.
Yeah, for 5, that's pretty tight. I mean, like you're getting a lot of value here, pending matchups, but you're likely trying to leverage this on your own things. But yeah, like consequently, if like Will was saying, they have a board that's just like ripe with +1 counters, or again, it could be any form of counter, so it's really not bad. I like this tool a lot. I also like the art quite a bit.
Yep, it's a good card.
Mm-hmm.
Next one, Heirloom Auntie.
Heirloom Auntie. She's right here.
Yep, 2 and a black for 4/4 Goblin Warlock that enters with 2 -1 counters on it. Whenever another creature you control dies, surveil one and remove a counter from this. Only just a really notable card because it's a when something dies, surveil one effect, which is really good for a lot of random commanders and decks. Like, for instance, Arami of the Dead Tide. I like this card just because it gives you it gives you the ability to fill up your graveyard very well. It's usually just going to be a 3 mana 4/4 by the time you end your turn, depending on the deck you're playing.
Mm-hmm.
And even when it loses the last counter, you still surveil every time. The other utility is it's a goblin. You can tutor in your goblin deck very easily, and then it fills up your graveyard very well because you are sacking a lot of goblins to Skirk Prospector to make mana. So by the time you cast that big reanimate all goblins card, you're reanimating a lot of things.
Yeah, and usually we look to these types of utilities within the 2 CMC range. So 3 is a little bit higher, but you can't expect the world from a common. So like Will said, like regardless of the last effect of removing -1/-1 counters, which is just to mitigate its own static ETB.
If it was a 2 mana 3/3 that entered with 2 -1/-1 counters on
super
it,
playable,
I would
man.
love this card.
Yeah.
This card would be slapped in so many decks, but 3 hurts. 3 does hurt.
Yeah. I do think that limits its range, but like, well, I do agree. Like, Goblin is relevant tribe. At this cost, it's good for what it does. Because what's the next nearest surveil that people care about? The Dragon Rage Channeler functions a little different, but
There's the Dragon Rage Channeler and the dog in black. That's when a 2 powerless creature enters onto your battlefield, surveil 1. I need to find that card because I brought it up from the Arami deck at the start.
All this Arami tech, man. You got Arami on the mind. Clearly. It's not bad. I don't mind Heirloom Auntie. I overlook this one. This isn't awful, though. I think we should look for these effects. I typically will very quickly go over cards that are 3 or higher. Like, they need to have some really great effects to either manage the board or help with your strategy. This is good, but again, it feels like you inevitably weigh these things against cards that are similar in effect, and this isn't quite as good as its contemporaries.
By the way, Snarling Gorehound, 1 black for 1/1 menace. Whenever another creature you control with power 2 or less enters, surveil 1.
This one's pretty good.
It's a Murders of Karlov mana card. It's a common. But, which, by the way, I want to say, do we have enough commons for like a mono black Surveil Pauper deck? Because we just got the Heirloom Auntie, which triggers Snarling Gorehound on enter, and we got Snarling Gorehound. Do we have like some weird like surveil graveyard deck that we could do in Pauper with this?
I don't know.
I don't know. You also have actually, is a band, is Gurmag Angler banned in Pauper?
That is a good question. I don't. This would actually tell me. Gurmag Angler.
Yeah, I'm pulling. It's legal in Pauper. Okay, maybe that's a thing.
Hell yeah, dude.
All right, well, moving on to the next card.
Love the Angler. Go on.
Gotta love the Angler. Mornsong Aria. This is a 1 black for a legendary enchantment that says players can't draw or gain life. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player loses 3 life and searches their library for a card and then puts it into their hand, then shuffles.
Opposition agent.
Yeah, honestly, reason why I brought this card up is you can search this with Zur. So you can use this as like a backup shutdown line in a Zur deck where you just go, okay, can't do Necropotence, my life's a little bit low, or something along the lines of that. I'm going to search for Opposition Agent. I'm going to play Opposition Agent, and I'm going to attack with Zur, getting this. I'm playing your guys' decks now.
Dude, if it was at the beginning of each player's end step, this would be brutal, because then you could do the Zur thing, proceed to tutor, lose 3 life, and then just shut everyone down.
You could phase it out. There you go. Mm-hmm. You search up the Zur and you phase it out with some other effect. No, you don't.
It is somewhat irrelevant, I guess, that it's on the draw step instead of like upkeep, but it's such a weird effect. It is quite good. Obviously, you think Zur is maybe the best
it's
use
a 3-drop enchantment, so it consistently finds it.
Right. I don't think anyone will handle this as well as Zur. So, yeah, I don't disagree.
This is also just like another weird shutdown draw-based decks card. There's going to be some weird deck that somebody comes up with that's just, hey, I'm going to play stacks and this card, and because I'm doing something weird in stacks, this is not going to die at all. I'm playing like some weird enchantress thing that just makes all my enchantments have Shroud, let's say. Mm-hmm. No one can deal with it. So we're just going to play the game where everybody is tutoring for the perfect piece of removal for everyone else. So all of our hands are just all of the free counter spells and maybe a couple combo cards. Go for it.
That seems like the biggest mess of the game.
I love suffering ever.
Yeah. Well, this is essentially like the original Marilyn Mornsong, right? As an effect. Yeah. This is kind of cool for Zur for sure. I would like to try this. I feel like you need a little bit more setup to get away with it without your opponents just ripping this off the board. I mean, they might not even care, because like they might enjoy the free tutor while it lasts, but hopefully they don't.
The one turn it lasts.
It would get a rotation, and then hopefully they're greedy and aren't thinking about what you're going to pull. But obviously, if you're playing for it, then you're likely ready for them.
You could use the what is it? It's like the Case of the Something Skeleton from Karlov Manor, which is just an enchantment that lets you tutor, and you can tutor for Opposition Agent off of that, and then you can use Marilyn's Aria off the second tutor.
Would love that.
There's like 2.
Well, actually, is there a way to double the effect on Zur? Like, there's some ways to double the trigger, right?
Yeah, like you have Adric, you have Go-Go, you have a couple things that would let you double Zur's trigger, but I don't think that there's a thing that says players can't search on an enchantment in Esper.
Is Una?
It's Aven Mind.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
Aven Mind Sensor. It's opposition agent. I don't think there's like a white enchantment that reads like Aven.
Is Una dead in this world right now?
Uh,
I don't know.
I think that she's. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Okay. At any rate, next,
Oh,
are you about to talk about a
so
goat?
really quick, there's the creation of Avacyn, which is another search for Zur. That's it's a saga that's ETB, search for a card and exile it face down. Uh, turn onto turn the exiled card face up. If it's a creature, lose life equal to its mana value, and then so it's on 3. You may play the card. Never mind. It's just the case. That's a case of the stashed skeleton. It's 2 mana. ETB, you make a suspected skeleton. If you control no suspects, you resolve the case. And then if it's solved, you can pay 1 to black, sack this, and then tutor.
Okay, a
So that's
little
the
bit of
way that you
work.
find opposition agent consistently. You just need a kill spell for the skeleton.
Yeah, not bad. A little bit of work. A little bit of work.
All right. My next card though is the oft nabbed goat.
Okay.
When you're tired, sick and tired of all the goat napping, you just run to everybody else.
Hmm.
um, it is a 1 and a black for 0/5 that says 1 mana, draw a card, gain control of this creature, and put a -1/-1 counter on it. Your opponents may activate this. Only your opponents may activate this ability, and only as a sorcery. When this dies, if it had 1 or more -1/-1 counters on it, its owner draws cards equal to that, or its owner draws that many cards, and each other player loses that much life. You play this and everybody just starts passing it around to draw for 1 mana, and then eventually you just draw 5. So theoretically, this is just 2 mana. You draw 5 and deal 5 to each opponent. This is a weirdly good effect, actually. Because, yes, people could just say, I'm not activating it ever.
Right.
But
Unless
somebody's going to do the thing.
no, I could see them doing it like after a scheming symmetry or something. Like any sort of like top deck tutor, they're going to leverage this, and then it might be the end times for all of you. On face value, though, I will say it is a 2 mana do nothing. So, like,
Yeah.
you're really relying on your opponents caring to leverage this, and unfortunately, you can't leverage it yourself to pull it back under your control.
Yeah. I will say, though, this card also works stupidly well with Blight, because if you can overstack the counters on it, you draw even more cards. Which, there is one Blight card that lets you overstack counters to a ludicrous degree. We're going to go over that in a little bit.
Yeah, that'd be interesting if you had like a Blight commander and just like loaded this shit up. Like you just played this and loaded it up to draw and make your opponents lose life.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
All right. I'm going to bring up a card which is a strictly better version of a card that people keep hyping up, and this card needs to die. This next card is a better version of Phyrexian Arena, and it's Sinister Sinister Gnarl Bark. It is 2 and a black for a creature, tree folk, warlock with 0 power and 4 toughness. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card and blight 1. It draws you up to 4 cards by itself if you have other creatures that lets you -1/-1 your random creatures to keep drawing cards, and it draws you a card immediately on your end step. So it is a faster Phyrexian Arena that does not make you lose life. And yes, some of your creatures might die inevitably, but if you have one moderately sized creature, this draws you enough cards to make your way through the entire game, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is better
Stop
than
playing Phyrexian Arena.
This is a better dark tutelage, which I've always preferred.
Yep.
I think oh damn. I mean, it's odd to me just a little bit that it's a 0/4. Like this giant thing is a 0/4. I understand. I do. But it is quite good. The fact that its end step is kind of nasty. And again, Blight, it doesn't have to be on this creature, right? That's sort of the beauty of Blight. You're going to mess up your board, but for a draw every single turn, I like it. I really don't mind this at all.
It's also draw on end step. It's not upkeep. You're getting the card instantly.
Yeah,
so
that's super relevant.
You'll be able to, if it's a counter spell, you can use that immediately on your opponents.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Play this instead of Phyrexian Arena, please. No one should be playing Phyrexian Arena.
I agree. I think this is a lot cleaner. I think this is a whole lot cleaner. Also, if your deck generates tokens and you don't need them for much all else, you can use this. Obviously, things like a skull clamp might be better for a token generation deck, but this is quite good. This is quite good.
Love the card.
Yeah,
Good tree. Good warlock.
good tree.
Final card in black. Twilight Diviner. 2 and a black. Elf Cleric. It's a 3/3 that ETB surveils 2. Whenever one or more other creatures you control enter, if they entered or were cast from a graveyard, you create a token that's a copy of one of them. This ability triggers only once each turn. So, I do want to say 2 things about this card. So one, the once each turn kind of hurts, so it's not that great, but it does make tokens. It does let you multiply up certain effects that you normally wouldn't be able to. So Bloodghast, you can stack up more Bloodghast. Any reanimate, you can double up very high value reanimate creatures. The only other thing that we're probably going to need a rules question on, because of how it's worded, I think it triggers whenever any creatures enter your battlefield, period. And then it checks to see if they entered or were cast from graveyard. And because it is this ability only triggers once per turn, I don't think you can make any tokens. I'm willing to believe that is incorrect. But if a creature entering triggers this, and then you can't make a token of anything, and then that's your one trigger per turn, this card's a lot worse. But if this card only checks and triggers if something did enter from grave, card's not insane, but it is somewhat useful for like bracket 3 decks that want to grind some value.
If they entered or were cast from a graveyard, so if they came from, there are cards that will just trigger and be played from the graveyard, and then there are cards that you could cast from the graveyard. I think it's just suggesting that if it came from one of those two
saying if
methods,
something was reanimated or cast from graveyard and entered.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's saying whenever one or more creatures
or like a Bloodghast effect or something. Like there's
but if one or more other creatures you control enter, this triggers. Or is it whenever one or more creatures you control enter, if any of them entered from graveyard or were cast from graveyard?
Yeah, I think that's...
Then this triggers.
I think too.
It's a question of, does this trigger on every ETB or only ETBs if they entered from graveyard?
I think it's looking at the... Exactly. I think it's going to like trigger and then be like, okay, did it enter or was cast from your graveyard? If so, proceed. I think it's the second option.
Okay. So you think it doesn't trigger if a creature just enters?
No.
It's only if it enters from graveyard or is cast from graveyard.
If. I think the if there really highlights distinguishes, like, it's stipulating where they need to come from. Sorry.
Yes.
This is a very oddly... Because there's a better way to say this, right? Like, this ability triggers only once each turn. Sure, you can have that clause at the end. It could have just said if one or more creatures entered or were cast from a graveyard, create a token that's a copy of one of them.
Or it could have just said whenever one or more creatures enter from your graveyard or were cast from your graveyard.
Yeah, that's better, because if it was just if, it wouldn't be a triggered effect.
I guess the reason why it's not phrased like that is if you phrase it like that, then you're making a token copy on the stack as opposed to when they enter the board. I'll assume that it only triggers when it's actually going to be useful.
Yeah, this is an oddly weirded card. Great looking card for someone who really enjoyed playing WoW growing up. This looks like a night elf. And we can move on. It's a good card. Bottom line, to just give my 2 cents.
Yeah, it's a good card for random... Let's see. I want to think if there's like some dumb, stupid combo that you can do. Theoretically,
dumb and stupid.
If you make... No, I was gonna say if you play a clone, could you chain clones together? And the answer is no. But you will make a clone of a clone, which then lets you make a whole bunch of Twilight Diviners, and you can just at some point have like 8 Twilight Diviners in play because you just hard greedy valued copied Twilight Diviner.
Yeah.
And then you make a ton of things when the next thing enters from grave.
What's the old art look like?
All right, well,
I like the standard one. Red. Yeah, guys, if you have any other black cards to talk about, let us know. Unbury. Sorry.
Unbear is an interesting card, but not relevant enough to include, just because
No. Oh,
it's a return from grave effect.
just Kefeng, so good art wise. By the way, like this is like children's book kind of art style. I would approve of. At any rate,
Yeah. Uh, my next one is a red card, and it's Burning Curiosity. It is 2 in a red. As an additional cost, you may blight 1.
May.
Exile the top 2 cards of your library. If the additional cost is played, exile 3 instead.
Ooh.
Until the end of your next turn, you may play those cards.
Yeah.
So it's not just you can play them until the end of this turn, it's until the end of the next turn, so you can greed out. This is a 3-mana draw 3 in red. Just good enough.
Yeah, just good enough. Pending the blight 3-mana draw 3 for sure. I wish this impulse was set at instant, but that's okay.
Well, if it was set at instant, it would actually be cracked.
It would be good.
Just you could block with a 1/1 and then just go, I'm gonna blight and kill my own 1/1, and then I'm gonna draw 3.
Fuck yes, dude. Give me that. Give me that, please. Give me that. It would not be common.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100% agree.
Yeah.
Next is a card that I like for a very stupidly particular reason. It is Endblaze Epiphany.
I just love the art on this card. Thanks.
The Epiphany or the Burning Curiosity.
Every part of Endblaze Epiphany. I like the art.
Yeah.
It's just dope.
Endblaze Epiphany is a X in a red for an instant. Deal X damage to target creature. If that creature dies this turn, exile a number of cards from the top of your library where X is that creature's power. Then choose a card to exile this way. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. The reason why I love this card.
Phyrexian Dreadnought.
You pay a red and you...
I'm just kidding.
Well, yes, you could Phyrexian Dreadnought. The thing that I think is going to happen more frequently, though, is going to be you target your own Dargo for X equals 0,
Mm-hmm.
and then you just kill your own Dargo with something and get to impulse draw, or not impulse draw, but look at the top 7, exile all of them, and then put another card into exile that you can play. Good card.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. I mean, I think this is definitely going to slot into a particular list. Again, like a lot of these, particular list.
Yeah. But just like a weird... Because this is also just a removal spell. You could just kill an opponent's creature and then get a good chunk of draw. Well, not draw, but get a good chunk of curation, and then get a very good card. But you can also just go, I pay a red, I do a thing. Or in response to a board wipe, I pay a red, I target the biggest thing on the board. It's just like a very weird red cantrip.
Yeah, honestly, it's not bad. It's flexible in that sense, and thank God it's instant speed, right?
All right.
Next
is the card.
The end of all things would be at instant speed, wouldn't it? Sorry, go on. The card that people want to talk about, yeah.
The card that people really want to talk about, Hexing Squelcher. Hexing Squelcher, Ward Goblin, Uncounterable Goblin, better Vexing Shusher. Let's talk about this. So
yeah, it puts that card to shame. Honestly, this is quite good, and it's in only one color. So like, come on, man.
Yep, this is 1 in a red for a 2/2 Goblin Sorcerer, new creature type.
What?
This spell can't be countered.
Oh, is this? Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. We didn't really talk about that, but you're right.
Long story short, there's another creature type that's been added called Sorcerer, which seems to kind of be overtaking Shaman as a creature type, but Shaman is still a creature type that exists. So it's just another spell slinger creature type that exists.
Facts.
But Ward pay 2 life. Spells you control can't be countered. Other creatures you control have Ward pay 2 life. Everybody saw this card and thought, oh my gosh, this is going to break cEDH. No, it is not. This card is very good. This card is going to be in most cEDH decks in red just by the fact that it's a good card. But it is usually a worse Grand Abolisher. The only thing that this has over Grand Abolisher, or the 2 things it has, is 1, it does have Ward. Everybody's going to be able to pay the Ward cost, but it does have Ward. And 2, in a counterspell war, this makes your counterspells a law. All of your counterspells will resolve, they can't be countered. So it's better than Grand Abolisher in that sense, but it's still just really a Grand Abolisher effect, more or less. It will be played in most decks that include red because It's just a good card.
Dude.
It's a defense grid for the fast decks. It's a good way to protect your counter spells in the control decks. It's good enough. It's not going to change the game on its head.
No,
cEDH will still be cEDH.
yes and no. I think it is quite good though. Like you need to something like this in Wart the Raid Mother, like that I tried to pilot into competitive matches. Its hang up is the fact that you didn't really have many forms of protection, provided you run the Vexing Shusher. Then you have one way to like stop things from making shit hit the fan. This is quite good because they need to get over this before they get to the thing they want to get to, right? Like what was saying, like your spells are law, basically. It's almost like they have what's that effect? It goes on the stack. Nothing else can go on the stack after it. I mean,
Split second.
Split second. It's not, it's not split second. You can still cast things over that spell. Say removal for the hexing squelcher. Excuse me, but this is quite good for combo decks that are not reliant on blue. Like Will was saying, like this is going to go into pretty much every red deck. You know what? I lied then at the beginning of this. I do think that this is one card that's going to see a lot of play.
Yeah,
a whole lot of play. It's quite good.
It's going to be played in most red decks.
I think a lot of blue decks will splash this too, to be honest. Like if you're doing a spell slinger thing, like more options, please. Like Izzet would love this shit.
Well, yeah, because just being able to say an offer you can't refuse cannot be refused. You cannot counter this.
Yeah,
good enough.
Yeah, mental
like
that,
it makes this a really good card. But a funny conversation I had with friends is, would you run this in Rogsai? And I legitimately went, honestly, I might not. 2 mana feels really slow in that deck. Like, I might not. Granted, I think most Rogsai players will still play it just by the fact that I think some of them play defense grid, and this is just better defense grid.
Hands down. This is like, there's no... Because we just got that Spider-Man, Spider-Punk, that's quite good. It's like a stacks piece, Hate Bear. I forget how exactly he reads, but...
spells can't be countered, damage can't be prevented, spiders you control have Riot, it has Riot.
Spells can't be countered, period.
Correct.
Spells you control can't be countered. Just fucking better, guys. This is... It's really gnarly. I think the Ward Pay 2 life feels negligible, but is just genuinely... It's all just genuinely good. In a game where life as a resource is actually relevant, particularly at a cEDH level. I don't know how hyper relevant this is in a casual setting.
Ward Pay 2 life is super relevant in 60 card. Friends wanted me to point that out. I will point that out. Yeah. If you have 2 hexing squelchers in play and like an Eidolon of the Last Revel or whatever the red burn guy is, people will suffer.
Dude, that's so true. Oh man, this card's great, and like it's gonna stick too because it can't be countered itself. This is such a cool card. I really like this, and it's supremely splashable, being a generic and a red too. So like they know when they make a good card like this, they always tack on the generic so everyone can use it. It's good. It's really good. I like it. No qualms, honestly. I think red needs more, stuff like this.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to say it.
In my opinion, every color should be able to do everything but in their own way. I think this is what Red's way to win the stack war.
Well, I feel like they're the way they're evolving this game is really nice. Like it used to be certain effects were relegated to a particular part of the color pie, but now we're starting to see like, oh, well, this just isn't viable long term. We need to start including ways to remove things in certain colors, or ways to prevent things in certain colors. And the answers we're getting are really cool. Like Impulse Draw was really only recently for red. We did have forms of Rummage, but they were far and few between and not that good. You'd use Faithless Looting. That was it. But we're getting a lot. And like Will literally just highlighted 2 cards that do the Impulse Draw thing, the Exile, Play Until. I love it, man. I love seeing all this stuff. I really like Hexing Squelcher. I think it's a good move forward, and it's a card that a lot of people are going to use.
My next card, which I'm going to bring forward just because of one specific deck, or 2 specific decks, But also wanted to bring out the flavor text in this card. Impolite Entrance. So it's 1 red, sorcery, give a creature trample and haste, and then draw a card. It is target, which is relevant for Zada, and it's a 1-mana cantrip, which is relevant for Bergie and Urbrask and all the other ones. Reason why I wanted to point this card out as well, low-key racism in the flavor text. Let's go. We smelled you kith twits making porridge in here. We love porridge. Give us your porridge.
I love that everything is exclamation marked, by the way. So it's always elevated. they're always yelling louder. It's
also just the low key, like the very like low end slur that they just decided to add.
It's a little fucked up. I kind of like the spice. Again, flavor text writers, man. I
freaking
please.
What is it? Lorwyn goblins canonically racist.
Also,
aren't the like elves super like racist as well? What the heck brought out the racism in Lorwyn?
I don't
like
know.
Aren't the elves like genocidal sociopaths who are like, you entered the woods, you die because you're not an elf?
Wait, I do wish they would commit more cards to specific colors, like Smothering Tithe, like effects should be multiple white pips rather than. Yeah, Angelus, I do think that that's maybe a fault. Having things too accessible pip wise, not necessarily just existing in that part of the color pie. I totally agree that it does lopside some things where like a deck might only use like 4 white cards, but like it's getting to leverage quite good ones because of the fact that they made them too easy to cast, that they could just, fetch the one Tundra they had or whatever. And then that'll accommodate it. I want to say Impolite Entrance. Have we gotten a Shining reference in this game yet? Because I'm surprised they didn't go for like, here's Gobby or whatever. Right? But this feels like the card that would have it. At any rate, instead of the low-key racist comment you referenced.
Low-key racist goblins, which is really funny because my friend who he has a goblin deck that was a goblin cEDH deck, and he had a Auntie Wart Boggart as the commander.
Yeah.
Which is the like Rakdos return a goblin from grave to hand every turn. And she's from Lorwyn, so I'm currently messaging him saying like Lorwyn goblins are canonically racist.
Yeah, you need to stop playing that deck. All right. I like Impolite Entrance. Well, what else you got for us?
The next one that I actually have as like a notable card is Lasting Tarfire, which is more of a casual card than anything else, but it's an enchantment for 1 and a red. At the beginning of your end step, if a counter was put on a creature you control, deal 2 damage to each opponent or 2 damage to target opponent. I was doing that off the top of my head.
Each opponent. Each opponent is quite good. Yeah.
So if you're doing a counter-based deck, it can do some work. It's not going to be super great, but it's definitely a notable amount of burn and can do up to 8 damage every rotation.
That's the relevant bit. The fact that it's each end step. For 2, that's some work, man. That's actually not that bad. I wish it was just on a permanent, right? And then you could sort of leverage your planeswalkers to greater effects. Like it would have a little bit more utility, but it's fine. It's good.
Next, we have the relevant thing. We got an Electro card in here. Soulbright Seeker. It's 1 red, and as an additional cost, either behold an elemental or pay 2. So it's technically 3 mana. But it says, hey, red. Target creature you control gains trample. If this is the 3rd time this ability triggered, gain 4 red. And as we know from the Electro when we played it on stream, this is an instant speed ability that can trigger on each of your opponent's turns as well. So you can pay 3 of that 4 red to make 4 more red, meaning that you're making 4 mana per rotation off of this card, keeping it all bottled up with Electro.
Yeah, mind you have to pay the additional cost, so it is 3 mana by and large.
Have Steamkin or something.
Would you? Yeah, I would get rid of the Steamkin. I would get rid of the Steamkin for this.
Well, you don't exile. This is just reveal Steamkin from hand or have Steamkin in play. This enters.
Yeah.
It is not a champion.
Oh, okay. You know what? I removed this thinking it was the champion effect. Excuse me, from my list. This is very good.
You are not the first person to think that all Behold effects exiled from this set.
Yeah. Look, it's an elemental on the field.
Yeah.
It's my Steamkin. It's 1 mana. This is
Yeah,
great. We have
it's like it's 1 or 3 mana. You don't run a ton of elementals in
no,
the Electro deck because unfortunately, although he is a living lightning and a living battery,
he's not
as
an element.
according to his name, he's not an elemental. He's a human villain.
It would be great if he were, and then this would be supremely playable. But it's very playable in that deck, and that Electro deck kicks ass, guys. If you want to
Yeah.
play a fun mono red list, geez, play Electro. That deck was super fun, man. I know there's a lot of people that don't want to play like the Spider-Man or outside of universe cards, so it'd be interesting to see if it gets a reprint. I don't know if they're going to do that with every thing now. I don't. They're
I
limiting.
mean, they already have all the Omen Path cards for
They
it,
do,
so they
but
might as well.
it's if it shows up, it's going to show up in one of those mystery booster boxes or something. Like maybe like an Omen
Yeah.
Path card will just be in there or
Or if
something.
they ever want to just reuse random effects from the Spider-Man set, they'll probably have the Omen Path art for them because
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
a couple cards from that people want reprinted.
Oh, dude, but Electro was so fun. Like I haven't had a fun time. I haven't had a great mono red experience in a while. That was like exactly
Yeah,
what I
it's
wanted.
it's because he's a red commander that does the green thing of I just want to play big crap.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, and obviously he's self sufficient enough to where that's super easy to do. Which movie did you watch? Did you miss the
Hmm?
legendaries? No. The legendaries we're doing at the very end of this video. So guys, if you just tuned in, we're cutting through red right now. We've got green remaining, multicolored spells, and colorless alongside lands. This is a double header tonight. I will be traveling the next week and a half, pretty much. I'm going to Miami and then I'm going to Las Vegas. No, this is for work, sadly. And I will be back here. So I'm going to try to coordinate with Will on other dates we can get together. But to accommodate, we wanted to just put these together, make sure that we were near set release with all of this. But I'm curious to see which movie you watch. There's quite a few good ones that came out this year. I still need to watch one battle after another with Ali. At any rate, yeah, Soulbright Secret. I was going to say Flamekin. Very good.
Next, Soul Immolation. It
Soul
is
Immolation. Sorry.
it is 3 red, red, red for sorcery. As an additional cost to cast the spell, Blight X. X cannot be greater than the greatest toughness amongst creatures you control.
Eh?
Then, this deals X damage to each opponent and each creature they control. This is Chandra's Immolation, but it doesn't hit your creatures. It just hits creatures your opponents control. And this hits your opponent's face. And you don't have to sacrifice the creature as well. You can just put the -1/-1 counters on a random 1/1 you control, or on the off-nabbed goat that we brought up earlier, that black guy. So if you have a 13/13, you can put 13 -1/-1 counters on that off-nabbed goat and draw 13 cards and wipe the board and punch your opponents for 13.
And Drew Tucker art.
But yeah, this is just another Chandra's Ignition, and it's better because it's asymmetrical. Because I think Chandra's Ignition hits your own stuff usually. Let me double check that.
Yeah, I can't get over how good this art is. By the way, this in foil would look outstanding.
Yeah.
28 years later. Oh yeah, yeah. Dude, I'm not gonna. Man, I wish I enjoyed the what is this? The precursor to this movie you're referring to. Ali and I watched the other movie. I would need to revisit it to better check on my feelings, but I really didn't love it. They obviously set it up for a sequel. I'm curious to see the sequel because I like that actor who plays Voldemort. But that's about it. The Bone Temple, it's better than I thought. Okay, it turns out that the DaCosta is a good director when she's not in the Marvel system. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Okay, cool, cool, cool.
I I also double checked. Chandra's Ignition does hit your creatures, so this is usually better Chandra's Ignition.
I wanted to watch that new Park Chan Wook movie, the No Other Choice. We have some friends watching that tonight. I'm a little envious. I'm gonna go out and watch that eventually, but that one's kind of high on my list of films to watch. Let me know if there's any issues with the stream. My footage looked like it was sort of slowing down for you guys, but sorry. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm just reading these comments. Speaking
Yeah,
of art, yeah, Canvas prints several of lands for my apartment. what lands in particular? Are you going for a particular artist, or are you just going for a particular look? Because some of these artists have pretty prolific land art. Tree of Perdition for 12 set someone to
Yeah,
1 profit.
that's funny.
That is
That's
actually kind
very
of funny. It's
Wait, no. You know what the better play is? It's Tree of Partition. Swap with somebody to get a Tree of Partition that's at 40. Then you put 39 counters on it and deal 39 damage to each player. That's the win.
Oh, that's so much work. But if you pull that off, that feels like an Exodia type move. Like to align the tree for the soul
This
immolation.
this tree's got fucking hands. It's
Yeah.
just splitting it everywhere.
And those hands are on fire.
Yeah.
I would love that shit. That's so.
We got bare knuckle boxing? No, we got bark knuckle boxing,
Yeah.
burnt knuckle boxing. We're doing everything.
Wolf, good suggestion. All right. Sourbread Auntie, is that next? No, I'm just,
I was finished with red after the
I literally, I think I wrote down Hexing Squelcher twice.
Okay.
I mean,
for green,
it's the card I definitely want, but green I had a lot of cards for, so we'll see.
I have to start off. I have a Aurora Awakener, and this is the first Vivid card that we have from this set that we brought up. This is 6 and a green for 7/7 Trampler. It has Vivid, which says for each color amongst permanents you control, do X. With this, it is when this enters, reveal cards from the top of your library till you reveal X permanents, where X is the number of colors amongst permanents you control. Then put any number of those permanents onto the battlefield. Then put the rest on the of the revealed cards onto the bottom of your library in a random order. So this is just ETB. If you're playing Wooburg, you're putting 5 permanents into play on ETB. This is kind of like a weird Atraxa. If you can flicker this, you're going to be digging very deep very fast. If you hit a clone effect, you're copying this and then repeating the effect. If you hit a flicker effect, you're flickering this and repeating the effect. I could see some weird, because the Japan meta is play creatures, win the game. I could see some weird Japan version of this card that just runs a ton of clones and flicker effects and burns and grinds value off of like Chulane or something, and tries winning off of like Guy's Cradle into this as quickly as possible, and then get out most of your permanents or get several copies of this thing, get every land from your deck into play, profit.
Profit. Win. Yeah, no, this is quite good. It's an interesting... Dude, it's a real interesting body. Sorry.
7/7/7. Also, like, what is going on with his arm?
I don't know. It looks like he's about to throw leeches at you.
Like, I think that's like magic swirling up, but I'm like, is that like a magic hand gun mitt thing? Like, that's...
Oh, no. It's his other hand's that skin tone too. I think he's just like a moss-covered monkey man. I don't know what's going on with this guy art-wise. He's also in a very small planet, it looks like. Like, his world is very small relative to ours. I think it's just show scale because he's a giant.
He's a giant.
Yeah.
You can see the curvature of the earth from how he's standing. Like, this... I don't think that's grass underneath him. I think that's treetops underneath him. Like,
yeah.
7/7 feels small for a guy this big.
Yeah. He's very...
This guy looks like he uses Emrakul as a loofah. Like...
Yeah, frankly, Emrakul's in the background there, actually. Well, no, there is a skull man person off to the bottom right. I think that's to show scale as well. So, anyway,
because that's skull man though, because I'm pretty sure that's not grass underneath.
That's a lesser. It's a lesser giant, maybe. I don't know.
True.
No, not bad. I agree with you on all recommended applications of this man. Atraxa seems like the most interesting play, I suppose, but just steamrolls the whole thing.
The next card is a card that was asked about at the very beginning of the stream, Celestial Reunion. It is X and a green for sorcery. As an additional cost, you may choose a creature type and behold 2 creatures of that type. Then, search your library for a creature card with mana value X or less, reveal it, put the card into your hand, then shuffle. If this spell's additional cost was paid, and the revealed card is the chosen card type, put that card onto the battlefield instead of putting it into your hand. This is the worst Green Sun Zenith effect that we've had printed, but this is like a very middle of the road tutor in green in general. That is my opinion of this card. The reason why is you'll, from what we've learned from the, what is it called, the pyre, the heroic pyre, what's that thing, weird pod.
No, you said it, I think. Heroic pyre, the
Yeah,
artifact.
yes.
I think
there's a lot of like weird overlap between cards and card types. You'll eventually have like 2 druids that you'll be able to behold to use this to find something relevant. Maybe you'll reveal 2 pirates or something and then get something relevant. If you're using partners, the chances of you having 2 of a specific creature type is significantly higher.
Yeah.
This is, like I said, though, the worst Green Sun Zenith effect that's been printed, but it is still a decent tutor, because if you just need to find a 2-cost creature, 3 mana tutor at 2 cost is pretty fine in most 2-color decks and some 3-color decks. If you don't have another option for a good green tutor to hand card, this isn't bad, but it's the worst Green Sun Zenith effect in the game.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And Green Sun gets shuffled twice into your deck.
Yes.
Right, you shuffle and then you shuffle it into your deck.
It is search your library for a green creature, put it onto the battlefield, shuffle your library, then shuffle Green Sun Zenith into your library.
I mean, the test for an effective X cost tutor is, does it put it onto the battlefield? Can you Dryad Arbor off of it? Right, at least in the bare minimum, get some form of ramp out of it is the ideal. This isn't quite passing that test, so it feels odd for a mythic to be scaled. I don't want to say horribly, but like not as well as tutors of the past. But I know they're trying to dial back how effective these cards are. It's still an option for certain lists, though, so I don't think it's a bad one necessarily. But yes, budget Green Sun for tribal decks is sort of the perfect summation of this card. I agree.
Actually, I want to check one funny thing.
Oh, did you crack it? Are we having a Celestial reunion this year?
No. So I'm checking to see what creature type Dryad Arbor is, and it's Dryad.
It's Dryad.
I don't think there's enough consistent Dryads that you'll have in hand to do it, because I didn't know if it was a Dryad Druid. Because if it was a Druid, you could do land, reveal this, and reveal 2 elves in hand that happen to be Druids. Get Dryad Arbor out turn 1.
Yeah.
Because Behold is also from hand or board. You choose 2 things of a creature type. So there's a lot of times when this will incidentally just be able to get you out Dryad Arbor, but not really, because it's only a Dryad.
Sorry.
But yeah, it can ramp you, because you can just say, like, turn 1 land elf, turn 2 land elf, turn 2 land elf, tap, or land elf, then tap this, pay 1, and get out another elf.
Or even better, like that Priest of Titania or something. Like,
yeah,
for sure. I think that tribal, for sure. I think you're going to use this in a tribal list. Nothing else. Please don't.
You can use it in like a couple lists. If you're playing a mono green deck, like if you're playing Yisan, I think that you might be, well, specifically not Yisan. You do not need tutors in Yisan. But if you're playing a mono green deck that just needs to find a specific creature to hand, this is not a horrible tutor. If you're playing a deck that just needs to ramp a little bit harder and you're already playing elves, this is a fine tutor, because you're more likely than not going to already have 2 elves in play. This finds Priest of Titania, this finds Circle of Dreams Druid, this gives you options. Is it great? Nope. But it's playable.
There's a better tutor, though. Don't worry, folks.
Yeah. Well, since you're hovering over it, my next card is Chomping Changeling.
Yeah, it's so cute.
Yeah.
Look at that hairdo.
It is indeed adorable. Chomping Changeling is Reclamation Sage, except it's a 1/2 instead of a 2/1, and it's Changeling, so it's all creature types instead of just an Elf Shaman. Better Reclamation Sage.
Yeah. Hands down. It's sad. I mean, yeah, It's an elf, so it's like even the benefit of Rex Sage being an elf is like neutered, doesn't matter. And you get a cute little dude.
Yeah, you get a cute little dude.
If you're running Morphon, this is acceptable.
Also, can we acknowledge that this is the meme of like uh blank shaped bulge neck? Like it's like the suspiciously like, hey, where did our truck go?
Yeah.
Suspiciously truck shaped neck bulge. Like it's that meme, but it's like, where did our dagger go? Suspiciously dagger shaped neck bulge or cheek bulge.
Impressively strong mouth/throat. The art for this is just so over the top. It's so funny,
I
dude.
love it.
Yeah, I need like a playmat of this actually. I would 1000% use a playmat of the Chomping Changeling. Jeff Lobenstein, coming for you. Do you have a website? I'm gonna look this up. Sorry, we can move on. I am very
Next is
serious.
Formidable Speaker. It's the card that you probably want to
Oh,
talk about.
you can hit it. You can hit it. I'll talk
Yeah,
about it.
2 and a green for an elf druid that says ETB. You may discard a card. I thought it was a creature card. Even better than I thought. You may discard a card. If you do, search your library for a creature, put it into your hand, then shuffle. You may pay 1 and tap this to untap target permanent. Very good card.
Oh, so sometimes they do make playmats. He does make playmats.
Is this
He has a sapperling mat. This is the guy who did Tinker and stuff.
is this guy
If I'm not
wearing
mistaken.
goggles?
Oh, I'm sorry. He
Glasses.
is.
Those are
This is
glasses. But I
Jean
was
Emmanuel Depraz. So probably no. If you're thinking, is it of this world? Then no. I think this is a gentleman who won said world championship.
uh,
Yeah.
but
What?
yeah, this
Oh my God, Jeff. Sorry, go to Jeff Lobenstein's site. He doesn't have the Chomping Changeling, but there is some kick-ass mats if you just want to support a good artist. Speaking of supporting artists and getting things printed or having exceptional art hung. Sorry, this is great just for the top effect alone.
Yep, and the bottom effect makes that guy's cradle all the more terrifying.
Yeah, dude. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, so it's not like what's it called? The Arbor Elf is the one who untaps a forest for no mana. This is
Yeah, this just untaps a permanent though, so this
yeah.
can hit Guy's Cradle, this can hit your Priest of Titania, this can hit anything.
Yeah, this is quite good. Searching your library for a creature card, that thing will likely be. Well, it depends. If you're doing like a Power Matters ramp piece, then maybe like a Savala wouldn't be too unheard of. Or I suppose a Morrowind in an elf tribal deck if it wasn't at the helm. But being able to,
This is also a creature that lets you untap Selvala that finds you Phyrexian Dreadnought in your Selvala deck.
yeah, dude. And also the relevant, there is a relevancy to the discard too. Sometimes, like it could be something that you want in your graveyard, pending the color selection. There's plenty of strategies that would be happy to do that. But the thing is, you're breaking even when you do the search, right? So it's not like you're losing anything, and you don't need to discard a creature specifically. This is just really good. This card's just really good.
Agreed.
Yeah, I like it. I like it quite a bit. I thought it was a monocle for a sec. No, those look like shades. I
They're
don't see
glasses.
the.
They're straight up glasses. I pulled up the image on a separate. I pulled up the image on a separate tab and I zoomed in on it. Those are just straight up glasses.
Dude, some of these mats are sick. I'm stuck on this guy's website. We can keep going. He did recurring nightmares, and there's like a sick recurring nightmares mat.
My next one is Mutable Explorer. It is a 2 and a green for a 1/1 changeling that says ETB. You create a Mutavault token. It is a land that taps for colorless, and you can pay 1 to make it a 2/2 changeling. It is still a land until end of turn. So,
sorry, I have this one on my list too. The Explorer, right? I'm sorry, the thing's just loading.
It turns out just being able to make land tokens is kind of dumb.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Green got some really banger cards here, and I mean like for a range of decks, so far as like their power level is concerned. Because this effect is quite good in a lot of different settings. But no, being able to flicker this, decks that care about landfall, it's just really good on a body, man. And also, lands specifically are very well protected in the game of Magic the Gathering because land wrath is frowned upon. So
Yeah.
you're good. This guy's good. The
Uh,
changelings in green are really cute, man.
yeah.
Look at he's just found a little star in the ground. Didn't even give a
Yeah.
shit. Didn't even.
He's just a little gremlin lad who's just mapping some tunnels. He's playing some Silk Song.
Yeah, yeah. That's what it looks like.
Uh, Next is a card that I did not have on my list, but you brought it up, so I added it to my list. Puka's Covenant.
Yeah, I was iffy. We can talk about it.
Yeah. 2 and a green for an enchantment. Whenever a creature you control dies with counters on it, you may return another target permanent card with mana value less than or equal to the number of counters on that creature from your graveyard to your hand. Do this only once each turn. I mean, this is just a generally good way of keeping your hand full, because if you play this correctly, it's just keep getting back creatures over and over and over and over and over again. If you're using a +1/+1 counter deck, theoretically, you're always going to have stuff in hand because you're going to get at least one card back every time something dies. And if you parcel it out, you can get back multiple things in a rotation. If you have your own sack effect like Carrion Feeder.
Mm-hmm. Pen encounters.
I will also say, this with modular, hilarious.
Yeah, I mean,
I bring back my omniscience from graveyard to hand.
There was a slight distaste in my mouth with this do this only once each turn. That'd be great, just as a piece of merchandise. By the way, just do this only once each turn. Magic the Gathering. Because it's the thing players don't like to read, but the effect is still good. It's nice that they curbed it just a little bit here, so it's not ridiculous.
I do also think that it's just nice that theoretically you can help set up combos with this in general.
Yeah.
If you have a couple creatures on your board in a sack effect, you could just play this and go, sack this one thing, recur combo piece A, recur combo piece B, recur combo piece C, set up a combo. Because it's get back a permanent, not get back a creature.
Yeah.
Like reusable permanent recursion is awesome.
No, agreed. Less than or equal to the number of counters on that creature. Yeah. Pretty solid.
Next is Selfless Safekeeper. Or sorry, Selfless Safe Right, my bad. This is 3 green for an elf warrior with flash, 4 power, 2 toughness, and convoke. When this enters, choose a creature type. Other permanents you control of that type have hexproof and indestructible until the end of the turn. If you're playing a tribal deck, this is just good. Depending on the type of deck, this is going to be a very cheap card. It's just another heroic intervention for some decks, and it's on a body. So, even better.
Yeah. A small body with a lovely flowing cape.
Indeed. He's as you can see, like flaming cinders kind of coming from the bottom of the card panel at him. That is clearly the tree that flipped for 40 life and then got set down with a 39 counters to deal 39 damage.
He's like, bro, it's not a good idea.
He's fighting that off.
He was like, I know you got the ETB, bro, but it's not a good idea. don't go there.
He is eating the 39 damage that tree is doing to everything for the TN.
Dude, what a Chad. What a great guy. He's so glamorous, man, with his like shell shield, his shell spaulders, the minotaur horn helmet and flowy cape.
Yep.
Yeah, dude. A little jealous of the fit here.
Indeed.
I got my dog part shirt. It's cool.
I do have to say, not too jealous of the shield though. That looks like a very mediocre shield.
It looks fashionable more than it is practical. Sure.
Yeah.
Not that I'm an expert on shields.
I wouldn't even say fashionable. It just looks like it's a like flower petal.
It's
like
made of
flower petal.
It's made of cloth. Yeah. it's just for show. That's why his defense is 2. Frankly.
Yeah, true. Yeah. That's why he doesn't get indestructible. It's other permanents you control
exactly.
that type.
They're bolstered by his courage, and then they're like, oh, he's not really all he was cracked up to be. Anyway, yeah, I like
it's like the fairy tale misdirection that you get from stuff like Shrek, where it's like, I will save the damsel, immediately gets burned to nothing.
Yeah. Not bad.
All right. My next card, Springleaf Parade.
Ooh.
It is X double green for an enchantment. When it enters, you make X 1/1 colorless shapeshifter creature tokens with changeling. Creature tokens you control have tap. Add 1 mana of any color. It's a Najeela card.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's with this you just attack with 5 warrior tokens, then you untap them with Najeela, then you can tap them for 5 and you can repeat infinitely to make infinite mana of any
Is
color
this
and then you
better
just
than the other
attack.
options at this point? Is this replacing any one of the color generation for the Wooburg effect?
Uh I think it might be better than the one that makes plants. Because that one, the plants only matter if stuff is leaving your graveyard.
Mm,
Whereas this, you can just pay more mana to make more warriors out of nowhere if you do need to get more warriors.
yeah.
So if you like, if Najeel's been killed a couple times, you can use this to just make 2 warrior tokens, then have Najeela enter and have those tokens attack and immediately get 2 more. So this has a little bit more utility over the other one.
Yeah, the fact that you're yeah. No, I agree. This is quite good. I love a spring leaf, by the way. A
Yeah.
spring leaf drum specifically.
Uh,
Parade goes into every travel token. Yeah, kind of. Sorry, I'm a little running on fumes here. So if I yawn, it's not Will or this. Sorry.
uh, Next, I got Spry and Mighty.
Yeah, yeah. I was just looking at that. Oh, let me zoom in for you guys.
Yeah, the ultimate tag team. It is 5 mana for sorcery. Choose 2 creatures you control. Draw X cards, and the chosen creatures get plus X and trample until the end of the turn, where X is the difference between those creatures' power. This is basically a draw equal the power card as long as you have like a dork in your deck. And it is also a win condition because hey, if you have that 20/20 and you're giving it plus 20 or sorry, plus 19 in trample, and you're making that 1/1 into a 20/20 with trample, people are probably dying.
Yeah. What? Mm, is this like a dork? And then what's the combination here?
Sandman, for instance, like we built that deck. So
Yeah.
let's say just you make your Sandman really big, and then you
Dryad
make that
Arbor. I don't know.
yeah, Dryad Arbor or what is it called? Skyclave Scout, I think is the name of the thing. It's like tap, put a land from your hand into play.
Yeah. Yes.
Secure Tribe Scout is the good one. Secure Tribe Scout. There you go.
Uh,
So you just make your Secure Tribe Scout into a 20/20, and you make your Sandman into a 39/39, and both of them get trampled and punch people to death.
no, this works. I wonder what they're looking. I need to see the full image. All the art in green has been the best so far. By the way, sorry guys. Sorry everyone else. But there's also Pete Venners, so it's cheating a little bit.
Yeah, have you seen the alternate art of that card?
This is better than this.
It is a little unsettling, but also extremely adorable.
Oh,
The tree's eyes make me like slightly unsettled at first, but then I kind of get used to it.
oh, the changeling, Chomper changeling got to that kid's sword, or that
Oh yeah, true.
or that Kitkin's sword. I'm sorry, not a child. That Kitkin is 137 years old.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's the oldest person in the room.
yeah. It's good.
That is it for green.
Just
Did I miss anything that you had on your list?
Mutable Explorer was where I drew the line. Give
Fair
me
enough.
give me lands or give me not death.
Give me lands or give me deceit, which by the way is the next card on my list.
Yeah. Where is deceit? I have to take my girlfriend to get food. Damn it! But I will call out Sapling Nursery for Ashaya. Sapling Nursery.
That sounds like a green card.
It is likely a green card because it is mono green, so we can look at it
Yep,
really quick.
Sapling Nursery. I do know this card. It is an enchantment with affinity for forests, and it is 6 green. It has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters the battlefield, you create a 3/4 tree folk token with reach, and then you can exile this to give all your tree folk indestructible until end of the turn. Yeah, this is going to be 2 mana with the Shaya. The tokens aren't going to be land, so it's not like this is going to be infinite, but it's still good because every time you get a creature, you get another tree focus. You go very wide very quickly. Uh, in addition to that, I think this is a fine card with Kodama. If you're doing a Kodama deck, any landfall make a token effect means that you just put every land from your hand into play with Kodama.
Dude. Yeah, no, this is good. Anything that says affinity for forest is definitely going to be considered in a Shia deck. This is quite good for that.
Yeah.
This
I
is quite good for that.
honestly, this is a lot better than I was initially giving it credit for specifically Kodama, because you can just pay 2 mana for this and then get an 8-drop into play with Kodama. You get that Rozkath into play. You get that Tidespout Tyrant into play.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Because the affinity doesn't reduce its actual mana cost, right? So
Yeah.
for Kodama, yeah, you could just cheese those things out. That's quite good.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice inclusion, Angelus. Enjoy food. I was gonna say dinner, but I don't know what time it is where you're at.
Well, next, Deceit.
Yeah, how far am I going for to see it?
Demir.
It's there it is. I think I wrote all these down just because this cycle is notable for.
Yeah, I didn't do the full cycle. I think 3 out of 5 of the cycle.
That's fair. They're not all good. I just highlighted the cycle, but yeah.
Yeah. But Deceit, it's a 6 Demir for a elemental invocation that says if this creature entered and double blue was spent to cast it, return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand.
Oh.
And if this entered and double black was spent to cast it, target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from among them. They discard that card, and it has Evoke for Demir, and it is a 5/5.
So what if you just cast it? What if you evoke it for 1 blue and 1 black? Well,
if you do for 1 blue, 1 black, nothing happens, and you cry.
With you guys being gone for so long, you may want to go over the new monocolor Fallout commanders as well. Oh,
yeah, from the secret layer.
Maybe I don't know.
One of them is a mutant and zombie commander that can actually do some like pretty solid stuff, but it's not anything we haven't done before. And then the other one's a really bad red artifact commander, and I can't remember what the white one does. I think the white one's somewhat decent.
Wolf,
I think the mutant is the best one of all of them, though.
Yeah, the ghoul is for sure the best. I haven't caught up with Fallout 2, the series. I know they've probably released this in tandem with Amazon releasing the second season, which is honestly, I watched the little teaser, like catch up on what you might have forgot about. I still did not follow. I'm like, what the hell? Like, why didn't they highlight the segments that are actually relevant to the plot points they're showing me, like in this first episode of season 2? It was a very bad recap. Whomever did it, I'm sorry. We need to work on that. But I think I need to watch a recap of the first season before I continue, because I told it was not enough. And I haven't continued since. But no, I looked at the commander cards. I looked at the cards for that secret lair. They look okay. That's same thoughts as well. Nursery is nuts and limited. You can cast it as early as turn 4, then make 3/4s with reach. Yeah, every turn for the rest of the game. Yeah, kind of gross. In commander setting, obviously not as vicious, but like 3/4s with reach are brutal, especially with fetchies. All right, Deceit. Do you like it?
It's 2 mana bounce permanent and 2 mana hand hate stuff.
Yeah, good.
The flexibility that you can use it as just a spell is pretty neat, and the flexibility to use it as an actual body is also pretty neat.
Like it, love it. I'd want more of it.
More of it?
Yeah, I'd want more of it.
Tried so hard. I can't rise above it.
Deceit's okay. Deceit may be one of the better ones, honestly.
Yeah, I think that there's like 3 good ones. Next I had Dream Harvest, which is the next card.
Yeah.
It is 5 Demir for a sorcery. Each opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile cards with mana value 5 or greater. Until the end of the turn, you may cast those cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost.
Ooh.
This is really good because you're not going to play 15 mana worth of stuff. You're probably playing more than 15 mana worth of stuff, because if they hit their Peer into the Abyss off of this, you get a free Peer into the Abyss. Weirdly, in cEDH, this is actually a really good card purely because people play low curves, meaning you're probably hitting like a couple tutors and fast mana off of like a couple players. So this is usually really good in cEDH. It's interesting. In casual, kind of the same thing because the chances of you hitting like a random big bomb card just incidentally are pretty high. Because of that, card is playable kind of everywhere, but it's too inconsistent for cEDH.
Agreed. 7 mana for this effect is good. It kind of reminds me of running like a mnemonic betrayal. Like you're relying on stuff your opponent has in this instance off the rip, right? Top of their deck. But mnemonic isn't 7, bruh. 7's a lot to I like rolling the dice. Trust me. But it always bites me in the ass. So
yeah,
I don't know, man.
To be fair, it's rolling on the dice on each opponent.
Yeah.
So it's not, if this was like you do that for one opponent, bad card. But you're spending 7 mana for at minimum 15 mana.
True. Yeah.
That is the only reason why I'm like, this card is maybe good enough in cEDH.
Yeah, don't run this in if you pull this during your pre-release. I think they've all already run at this point, but this doesn't feel like a good pre-release card.
This is actually not half. No, I was gonna say it's not half bad bomb in pre-release, but yeah, hitting specifically 5 into 1v1 does feel like kind of crap.
5 or greater though. I mean, you exile the total mana value 5 or greater. Like the last thing you could hit could be like their bomb or something, right? So
yeah, which is why I'm like this. You're usually hitting more than 15 mana worth of stuff on this in EDH, which is why it's good.
I don't know, man. If this had Convoke, yeah.
Oh my gosh!
If this had Convoke,
if this had Convoke, it would. I wouldn't say every
Dream Harvest.
This would be played in a lot of decks if this had Convoke.
Yeah, it's be spicy, but we're not on that. Sorry, bro. It's fine.
I think the deck might be played in like one cEDH deck, but it's more like a tech card that people try out than like an actual effective card.
Yeah, I agree.
Next, Voracious Tome Skimmer.
Where
it's Dimir for 2/3 Flying Fairy Rogue. With whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, you may pay a life if you do draw a card. All those counter spells, they're cantrips.
Yeah. Whenever you cast a spell, not once per turn, you may pay a life. You draw a card. That's it's quite good. Would you make Mimic Mirror copies of this card? Oh, non-creature, non-aura. You could.
Non-aura.
You could.
Yeah, you could make copies of this.
Would you say that this is? Would this make you spend the 6? Would this tickle your fancy?
I would probably not have this be the target, only because I'm going to cast that 1 Force of Will, and then I'm going to pay 15 life. I'm going to be terrified.
Actually, well, you may. You just like let the triggers resolve. You're like, okay, did I get it? Did I get the thing? Did I get the thing?
This is a weird ad nauseum.
This is a weird ad nauseum. In that sense.
You know what? Honestly, I actually probably would target it, if depending on like how much stuff I had, because just casting a counterspell and drawing 5 cards at the cost of 5 life is still really good.
Yeah, I don't think
it's Necropotence without the downsides of Necropotence.
I like the Mimic Mirror bar we can set up now for like a card's effectiveness. Is it worth having 12 copies of this one card? That's so funny, dude. I want to see that card played. The white one says whenever if you have an opponent field, draw a card. This effect triggers once each turn. Cabal Profiteering Mayor.
Yeah, I pulled up the white one on the side.
Oh yeah, we can move on. Sorry.
Yeah, they're not too notable, but the white one is the most interesting for casual. But we're going to go over everything in Lorwyn Eclipsed, and if we have time, yes, we will at least talk about the Fallout stuff. But that's if we have time.
Yeah. I think we're
next is Gruul, and it's Raiding Schemes. And this is in reference to Wart the Raid Mother, I believe. This is a 3, a red and a green, and it's an enchantment that says each non-creature spell you cast has Conspiracy.
Conspire. But yeah, Conspiracy. You may include this from outside the game.
Conspire. Sorry, why I say Conspiracy?
Or beginning of the game, you just have this. Italian wouldn't hate it for 1 less pip. Yeah. 5 mana, Conspire, A Tale of Auntie Ward. Keep enemies close and elves closer. I don't know how effective this card is just thrown into any deck, but I do love Conspire. I really do love
Yeah,
Conspire as an effect. Is this the... How many Conspires did we get the set? Is this the only one?
this is the only one. It's
Hell
only a
yeah.
reference to her, I
Yeah,
believe.
dude, Conspire is so good. I wish we had a block system so we can flush out all the cool effects that came from the set.
The only difference between this and Wart the Raid Mother is Wart the Raid Mother says your red and green spells. This just says your non-creature
Yeah,
spells.
fact. Yeah.
Sorry, red and green instants and sorceries.
Right. So
Um,
non-creature spells you cast have Conspire. You do need creatures with matching. What the reminder text is there. Sorry,
yeah,
it's good. I think it's fine. And unfortunately, you can't zero this out. There's no way to. What I'm saying is, there's no way to like reliably have this on field to have a package for it. Can you?
yeah.
Can a spell have double Conspire?
I don't think that's. I'm not sure if that is because let's see. Yeah, if your spells double conspire, you can tap multiple things, get multiple copies of it. Yeah, it's stackable. So yeah, you can if you get multiple copies. If you what is it called? The mirror thing, Patrick? Mirror mimic.
Yeah.
If you mirror mimic your rating schemes, you could cast that gut shot and then tap a
Tap
whole bunch
all
of
these
things
rating
to just start
schemes.
bringing people down.
Yeah. Wild. Yeah, you could.
Next, emptiness, and this is an Orzhov. It's all the way down.
Damn. Well,
Um,
tell me about your
it is
emptiness. Well.
well, actually, it's a very board-filling card because it's a 4 Orzhov for a creature, a 3/5 elemental incarnation that says when it enters, if you cast if double weight was spent to cast this, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your battlefield. When this card entered, if double black was spent to cast it, you may put 3/1/1 counters on up to one target creature.
Bro.
The reason this card is really good in 60 card is because people are already planning to like turn one in Boros, turn one, discard Flicker Wisp or some such effect, and then turn two, evoke this out for double white. In response to the sack trigger, you have your Flicker Wisp enter and flicker this, and then on turn two, you just have 6/6 worth of power in play off the bat.
It's pretty toy.
Dumb.
It's pretty toy.
Yeah.
Emptiness, you'd think it would just hit permanents, like anything to fill the void, but whatever.
The real answer is friendship. Also, it's just another like unearth effect for white, which is just kind of nice. But if you're in white and black, it's usually irrelevant.
Yeah.
But it gives you the option of kill spell, so flexibility.
Flexibility, man. That's the name of the game with evokers that are split colored in this set.
Indeed. And since we've been way off, since we haven't brought up any cards with this effect since blue, I'm going to bring up another one. Reaping Willow. It's 1 Orzhov, creature Treefolk Cleric with 3 power, 3 toughness, and lifelink. It enters with 2/1/1 counters. You may pay 1 in Orzhov and remove 2 counters from this creature to return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's just another reanimation effect that you can repeat over and over and over and over and over again as long as you have the counters to keep doing it.
Kind of love it.
It's fun. It's good tree. Also lifelink on a decent body. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And a decent trunk.
Indeed.
I've got nothing for this. I literally just highlighted the evokers. All of these other guys are like fine. I think we're on the next page for the next evokers, unless you've got one more here for the Izzet line.
I have 2 more cards, and one of them's an evoker. One is a legendary, and I'm only bringing this up because it's relevant for the 99. It is Tamp, Mindful First Year. It is 1 in Simic for a legendary creature, Gorgon Wizard, with 2 power and 2 toughness. Other creatures you control have hexproof from each of its colors, and you can tap it to have target creature you control become all colors until the end of the turn.
Are we on the next page? I'm sorry, did I miss this?
It is Simic. It's next page.
Oh, it's
next
down
page,
there.
like,
it's down there. Yeah.
Yeah. So Tam Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
Reason why this card is notable. Sisay, Weatherlight Captain. You just flash this in at instant speed, and you're both getting blue and green for Sisay, and also giving Sisay Hexproof from white out of nowhere. Dumb. Potentially going to be annoying the crap out of a lot of people. It's also just a mother of runes that you can tutor up in Sisay.
Mm. This looks like art that was made for Strixhaven. Do you think this is a Strixhaven graduate?
Well, apparently a lot of characters are
Oh,
currently
first
from
year.
Strixhaven are lost in the what's it called, the Warpway.
Mm.
So there
Ooh.
are Strixhaven characters that are in this set. I think the bird commander that we passed a while back is also in this, and we'll bring that up
Dude,
in the tier review.
I didn't notice this art from Nils. More bairns. More bairns. So cute. Do they have Nils do all of these little guys? Sorry. That's all I wanted to
Maybe.
point out. Yeah, first Mindful first year. I'm sorry, I didn't realize there was a tie-in with Strixhaven. Are we getting Strixhaven soon?
Yes, I think it's like later on in this year's Strixhaven set, and
Hell yes.
it's talking about the whole Cabal conspiracy that's going on in Strixhaven.
Is there a first year cycle?
There's a couple first years.
No second
I
years,
don't
huh?
think it's a whole cycle, but there's like I think 3 first years in the set.
Lewin is the fifth student. Lewin, imperfect naturalist. I know I belong somewhere, just not here. We'll talk about Lewin in a second. Tam was incredibly hard to play around at pre-release.
Yeah, it's Mother of Runes. It's I'm sure that that's annoying as heck to play around.
That's obnoxious, dude. Yeah, there are 4 first years in a Golgari Elf guy. In a Golgari Elf, dude. All right, where are we at, bruh?
It's you got the Boros one, the Orzhov one that's a bird. You got the Simic one. You got the elf guy, and then yeah. Uh, Finally, Wistfulness.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Felt that
3
before.
Simic for 6/5. If double green was paid, exile target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. If double blue is paid, draw 2, discard 1. Just a little bit of hand fixing and a little bit of board hate. Get rid of that one ring.
Don't do that.
Do it.
You know what, though? This is maybe the best one. Just for that.
Yeah, just because it exiles the one ring and it sets up your graveyard in blue.
Yeah, it's also a 6/5. This one's stocky. Like, if you actually played it, you likely won't. But if you did, I mean, like, yeah, you got things that tap for 2 generic. Use Ancient Tomb, brother. Double green, double blue. You got it. You're
Yeah,
in Simic. Shit, this is probably the easiest one to cast. Your
yeah.
lands are
I
doing the
think it's the
blue.
cheapest one.
And,
It also, weirdly enough, has the best stat line out of all of them.
yeah,
I think.
it's weird, dude.
Like it is the cheapest one and the best static one with the best effects
Is that a Ketsa?
for commander. I think the other ones have better effects for 60 card.
What are they called? Axolotl? What are those little lizards?
Axolotls. Yeah,
Axolotl. Yeah, cute little guy here. At any
it's
rate,
the Phoenix of the Sea.
the Phoenix of is that a fact? Did they turn into a pile of ashes? And
People nicknamed it that because it has like the highest regeneration out of any other living organism on Earth.
one of the few pieces of enchant removal too. Yeah. Yeah, this one's really good. Wistfulness is good. That's own a copy or two. Probably gonna need it. All right, bruh.
All right, I got 2 colorless and 1 land.
Right. I have Changeling Wayfinder as one.
Uh, I did not have Changeling Wayfinder. Why did you have Changeling Wayfinder?
It's just a way that any color can find a basic land. That's all. It's not good.
Yeah, to be fair, I think we have another creature that is the same stat line that does it as well in colorless. It's an artifact creature.
Oh, facts.
Yeah,
Well, it's
it
also
just puts it in
a
hand.
changeling, bro. That's relevant.
Yeah, Changeling is cool. Changeling means that you can play it in Magda for like actual utility.
Yeah. And then not ramp, but at least like get your land per curve.
Speaking of Magda, Furdotch Core.
Yeah.
Best manolith I think we've ever had, specifically because it's good with Magda.
Yeah, and it's literally what Will said. Yeah.
It's a 3-mana artifact that taps for 1 mana of any color, and it's a changeling. So it's an artifact dwarf, even though it's not a creature. So Magda.
We will look up the Skittering Surveyor in a second. Is it an artifact? Do we? Oh! You're
It is
referencing.
not.
Are you referencing the card that operates the same way as Changeling
Oh,
Wayfinder? Skittering
yeah,
Sire.
it's the thing that's like a walking spyglass.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, this is a
Yeah.
Magna card. Would you say this is for anyone else? Probably not, right? The
For the oh yeah,
shapeshifter.
the thing it's a Magna card. I maybe it does some stuff with elves, but I really doubt that it does stuff with elves. It's mostly Magda.
Okay. What else did you have for
Uh,
colorless?
I had a Mirror Mind Crown.
Mm.
It's a 4 mana for an artifact, as long as it's equipped to a creature. The first time you would make one or more tokens each turn. Instead, you make that many copies of the equipped creature, equipped for 2. Uh, the reason why I have this very specifically is because this lets you do backup engine stuff in Godo in case Helm fails. So it's just another option. Because if you use treasure generation in Godo, instead of making treasures, you make Godos, which put equipments from your deck into play, which means that you can just assemble whatever control BS you want to assemble to try to survive the game after Helm is gone.
Well,
In
hopefully.
addition, turns out just making a lot of copies of like I don't know Arbor Elf or like Esper Sentinel is really good.
That's not bad. Yeah, I like it. Fortune Valor swipe by Clever Mirror. No, it's not bad. I can see the advantage in Godo for sure.
Yeah, it's just another option. I think either the Aether Core or the Sword and Shield from Final Fantasy are better options than it probably. But for a slower deck, this gives you more options in Godo.
Do you want to just quickly look at the new duels?
Look at the duels, or
Oh, we're done with colorless. Was that it for colorless?
yeah. So we have the
Dual
dual
lands.
lands, and then the
Yeah.
the one land that I wanted to point out was the abundant countryside.
Yeah.
The land
Two new Civic
colorless,
lands. Oh, sorry. Go on.
it taps for any color for a creature spell,
Oh,
and you can pay 6 and tap it to make a 1/1 colorless shapeshifter with changeling.
Magdalene.
It's a good Magdaland.
Do you play Magda?
No.
Would you now?
I mean, like, part of the reason I haven't built Magda is because I built Godo way back when as a stacks deck, so I'm mono red stacked out. But I still am a strong supporter of Magda, as you and I were the first people to make the Magda Clock of Omen combo.
Yeah.
Because do you? I don't know if you still remember the whole story, but you wanted to build a polymorph Magda deck where you polymorphed a dwarf token into Dockside, and you wanted a backup line that wasn't creature based, so that you'd still have the ability to polymorph into Dockside. And you were like, "What can I do that's not a creature based combo?" Then I'm like, well, if you turn Magda into an artifact dwarf, you could Clock of Omen, but that means that you need to run all these bad artifacts that make Magda into an artifact dwarf, and you need to get Clock of Omen out, and it's a 4 mana artifact, which sucks. So I don't think it's a good combo. And you're like, wait. Magda searches Clock of Omen into play. Then I just went, oh, you're right. Never mind. That's a really good combo.
That's funny how. Yeah. Did we brew the Magda? Does that exist?
So this is before I was on stream with you, but you typed on Discord asking how do we make that work, or like
Yeah.
how can we make this work, and I jokingly threw that out as a combo option. Then you brewed it on stream, and then a whole bunch of people covered the fact that that was a combo someone, being you, used, and then that just became the Magna combo. So I'm like, I made that.
You did,
I
and
am the Brad Papa.
it's funny because like I don't even like Magda like that, man. I really don't, but it's like it's good, and I like to see that it's getting more cards to make it even more effective. I don't like Magda like that. God, just give me good artifacts for Oswald. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
That's all I really care about.
Oswald's your 2-drop artifact commander of choice.
Yeah, yeah. Mishra's Workshop is expensive. It's the only card missing from my Magda. Yeah, yep. I get that. Don't even run it in Oswald because I'm not going to pay that much money for that card.
Yeah.
But that's okay. Like you can get around not having it frankly. It's not the end of the world, but in Magda, maybe it's a little bit more important. I got Mirror Mind Crown in a pack and was going to give it to a friend. I feel like I'm about to open Pandora's box to a friend. Oh, yeah, that'd be sweet of you. I mean, yeah, I don't know how much they're going for. It's a nice gift. These Civic lands, they're new? Or are these helping to
Yes, they
complete
are
a
new.
cycle?
This is the first time they've been printed, and they're slowly completing the cycle, and I am happy about that. I miss the budget duels. I want them to make more budget duels because that makes it so you can make better budget decks.
Yeah.
Please complete the cycle, print as many of them as you can so they only cost 10 cents. I'm happy about that.
Yeah, I like the cycle one quite a bit, frankly, because normally you could just fetch off turn and get this, and then you're happy. Or if you have it in hand, to be able to cycle this out is quite nice. 2 generic is a bit, but it's a duel. You have a duel.
Yeah.
And the other one's quite good too, pending your basics. 2 or more basics, you're typically not reaching for those basics early, but as a late fetch, this is quite good.
Counterpoint, you're in green. You ramp basics in green.
Yeah. You might even have them out anyways from your Haros and stuff like that. So
yeah.
good.
All right, moving to the second half of this double feature.
Yeah, hey guys, if you're still with us, thanks for joining us. If you want to, at this point, someone put the time signature in the comments because it would help everyone else watching this. But we're going to move on to our legendary tier list. There are only 21 total from both the Commander set and the main set that we're going to discuss. If you're tuning into this point and have a complaint about us not mentioning all of the legends up till now, that's because we are going to be covering them here. If you happen to feel like some of those legends are good in the body of the 99, let us know. We covered, I believe, 2 or 1 at least that is. But yeah, that concludes our set review. If there's anything else you guys want to mention from the set that you think is good, niche playable in certain list, and or just good that we missed, feel free to let us know in the live chat or the comments as this becomes a VOD. But we're over on Tier List Maker, I believe, and Tier Maker, excuse me, and we have a separate Scryfall link up for you guys to just go over the legendaries. Will has led us very nobly through our set, so I'll go ahead and take the reins for our legendaries here. We're going to go over this in the same order. Wooburg, multicolor, and again, there aren't that many, so
21. Funnily enough, though, I think that we are going to have very few bracket 1 commanders in this one.
Interesting.
I think they're actually pretty well balanced out for the set.
He's known for making really janky combos. Who, me? It's
his friend who's opening Pandora's box.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Because that's also true. I feel like my start with this channel was just me wanting to do things that I thought I would enjoy and then trying to like elevate them. That was literally it. When they eventually make PW commanders, you'll have to come back and look at Oko. I'm surprised we haven't gotten Planeswalker commanders yet. Just like all Planeswalkers be commanders. That would open the floodgates.
The reason why is they're scared because you have a couple that are like potentially broken.
Love it. You got your little game changer list. Do that. Ban some. Yeah. Get your copies of Springleaf Parade now. It will be $15+ this time next year. You really imagine? Good PSA.
Honestly, fair.
Yeah, good PSA. Yeah, well, while it's abundant, usually it's unless it's like extremely playable and tourney, like some cards will like shoot up immediately. But yeah, good call here. All right, Brigid. Clashin's Heart, 2 generic and a white, Kithkin Warrior, 3/2 body. Whenever this creature enters, transform into Brigid, Clashin's Heart, create a 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature token. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay 1 green to transform Brigid, so this will have to happen on the next turn. You can tap for X white or X green. I said that invertedly, where X is the number of other creatures you control. They could be anything. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay a white if you do transform Brigid. We probably mostly care about the back part, but it's a self-fulfilling Celestian prophecy here by creating you the tokens to do the other half. It's good ramp. I don't know that it's great ramp. I think it's a little sluggish, but for 3 mana, double generic, you're going to get this thing down pretty quickly. You're in Selesnya, so you're probably going to be running dorks. They don't care if they're non-token creatures. Again, token creatures, I should say specifically. So you're going to be able to ramp pretty effectively here. To what end? I don't know. As we've discussed many times on this channel, Selesnya is a tough cookie to crack when it comes to just concluding the game. It's sort of a slow part of the color pie by itself. So we're really relying on our legendaries to pull a lot of weight. But as progressive ramp, so far as progressive ramp goes, this is quite nice. I don't know, Will. What's the play here? What are you trying to do here? Is this something that you can take to bracket 4 or 5? Or you know what? I'm sorry, we never even discussed the brackets. Perhaps after your feedback, we can discuss them.
So people have probably become a bit more familiar with the bracket system, but we are ranking this from bracket 5 to bracket 1. Bracket 1 is usually a jokey meme deck. We've gotten a better description of it, where bracket 1's usually trying to have a game that lasts 15 turns, like 12, I think it's 12 turns. Bracket 2 is having a game that lasts closer to about 8-9 turns. Bracket 3 is having a game that will last to, at the very least, 6 turns. Bracket 4 is having a game that will last to at least turn 5. And bracket 5 is the game can end whenever anything goes, as powerful as you can make it. Bracket 1's jokey, fun stuff. Bracket 2's somewhat more powerful, but it's still really just you're playing to show a theme and have fun. Bracket 3 is a tuned up deck where you're playing kind of to win, but also still to enjoy the game. Bracket 4 is you're playing to win, but you're not going all out. Bracket 5 is full send, you want to have your deck do the best thing it can do. Now, going back to the commander for Brigid, Seed Cradle Witch. 1 mana for 1/1 that says you can pay 2, a green, and a white to give a creature +3/+3 and untap it. That means that if you have 5 creatures in play, you make infinite mana with Brigid, make all of your creatures into infinity infinities, and attack and win, and that's just 1 creature you tutor up to win the game. So you have a very clean and straightforward way to win the game with Brigid, because you can either find this with Ranger Captain of EOS effects or with any of the green tutors.
It's honestly nice to see. I'm sorry. It is really nice to see that we finally have a really good commander for that card. I feel like you've brought up Seed Cradle Witch a few times, man.
Yeah, and this is a commander that would legitimately just end the game with a Seed Cradle Witch very easily. So I honestly think Brigid is probably bracket 5, because you do the same things that Selvala does, although it's usually going to be making less mana than Selvala.
Yeah.
But it gives you 2 bodies when it enters immediately, and then if you just have any other bodies, you win with the Seed Cradle Witch, and you have other lines, because you can do Temur Sabertooth Village Bellringer, you can do a couple things that just go infinite with Brigid. Even like Livio. You can do Livio with Village Bellringer, but I think Temur Sabertooth is the better line for that. But I would say Brigid is bracket 5, because you ramp into Brigid, which then gives you significantly more ramp to play bigger explosive things or stacks, and then you can play as stacksy as you want, because honestly, your combo is find a specific card, get it into play, and then win the game right then and there by making all your things infinitely big, which your stacks lines in Selesnya don't really stop you, so play as stacksy as you want.
Staff of Domination is a good call. I don't know about Food Chain necessarily. I like Seed Cradle Witch best solely because it's
you can find it
tutorable, right? I mean, Staff of Domination, yes, and Staff is, you're in white.
You got Oswald.
Yeah, and you're in white. I'm inclined to maybe migrate it towards bracket 4, solely because just face value. You're obviously relying on just playing a list that just puts bodies on the field. It puts bodies on the field itself, but you will also play dorks to ramp this out. So at best, let's be honest, it's going to be like turn 1 land dork, turn 2 Brigid. You have 3 bodies. Let's say you do the Seed Cradle Witch thing, and you just have the win there by whatever stretch. Someone will have a blocker, right? It's not like Seed Cradle, which is giving you trample or anything. So it's a little bit. I think
infinite. It's infinite mana as well. So whatever you have in your hand is being played.
True. Concordant Crossroads for all the creatures you drop at that point. Wouldn't you need a white and a green pip to flip her turn 2? You would need a green to
So
flip her.
you're playing her turn 2, and then on turn 3 you're flipping her, because it's only at the beginning of your first main phase that you can flip her. So you can't flip her turn 2. You can only flip her turn 3.
Right.
If theoretically, if you do like turn 1 land Chrome Mox Diamond Brigid, then turn 2 you can flip into the backside on turn 2.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I agree with Great Oak as a good play option here, specifically for the infinite mana, because it's also the infinite. It's
yeah,
a very high amount of buff that's going to kill your opponents, right? But again, it's not like it's giving trample, and none of these creatures have evasion.
yeah.
And you're
But
also
you
they're also slow, so anything new that
yeah.
you're putting on the board is going to be slow.
But it does make a good amount of mana very quickly in white, which you usually don't have access to in white. So I think that you can do more with this than you usually can with Savala, because you can actually play stacks. Which, to be honest, if you could play stacks in Savala, you'd be playing stacks in Savala, because Savala's very feast or famine, where you try to win the game with your combo. If you don't, you brick, and then you're kind of out of it. But with this, you can play stacks and just get a ton of mana to keep building up more and more stacks and taxes until you eventually just have a big enough board that you can find the Seed Cradle and win, or you find the Teamer line or something, or you just play out your hand with your infinite mana,
Yeah.
or do whatever you would usually do in Sylvala.
Do you run Mentor the Meek here? I'm trying to think of like the utilities you use to draw through the deck. I mean, you wouldn't want a Skull Clamp necessarily hmm, if you're having troubles pulling into the cards you need. You would Skull Clamp. I'm trying to think of how it's very easy to find with like a Steel Shaper's Gift or Open the Armory. And yeah, Brother is right. Like a lot of the same tech you'd find in Savala will likely go here. I think Village Bell Ringer is the cheapest way to go about the mass on top.
Yeah,
You could build it like Yasharn, sort of. I think it's going to be bracket 4. I think it's going to be bracket 4. I would like to build it, though, and be mistaken.
I I think the fact that you're in white and none of the stacks pieces you would play hurt you means that this would be a good stacks commander.
Yeah, I think this isn't like some rush out combo win on turn 3 kind of deck. It's not as glamorous
I
in that way.
I think it could do that, but I don't think it would do
I don't think it
that.
would do it as successfully as some of its contemporaries. I think it probably would prefer, like you're saying, like a stacks route, like slower paced.
Yeah.
You have sufficient mana to play some like pretty great cards. Yeah, I think and also like you're saying, like generating or white is pretty relevant, because like the white ramp is going to let you play like some crazy shit. Like you could
Like, you are throwing out Yasharn immediately in this deck. You are throwing out like the Linvala immediately in this deck.
what's the name of
You're
the
throwing
girl
out
the Phyrexian queen? What's her name?
Void Winnower.
No. I'm sorry, not her.
Oh, I know who you're talking
The
about.
one that's
Elishnorn.
negative. Yeah, exactly. -2 across the board, +2. Like that's just
Yeah, like
you do some gnarly
okay.
shit like that after like dropping a rule of law effect or something.
Turn 1 land Dork, turn 2 land tap play commander, that's 3 things. Turn 3 tap 1 flip commander to the backside, that's then land for turns. It's 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So that's Elish Norn.
Yeah, and you're not even
Sorry, no,
saying.
no, that's 6. It's 6, not 7. So it's one
If it's a
2
guy's
3 4
cradle, if
5
it's a
6.
guy's cradle, or if you have a land that taps
Yeah,
for 2, which is
yeah.
ancient tumor, you can maybe even run City of Traders.
I mean, also if you just hit a piece of fast mana or can get a creature out for 0 with something. But yeah, like that's 6 mana on turn 3
Pretty damn good.
is
Yeah,
pretty good.
that's not bad. Actually, in fuck it, run the One Ring.
You do. You 100% do.
Yeah, Elish Norn. Thank you, Wolf. Yeah, no, Elish Norn would just be fire in this list. Like, you just nuke a lot of early board, and lessen threats of attacks on you. Not that like that's like a legitimate thing, but anyone running a similar strategy like again, well, Nagila's shit wouldn't last actually, it'd just be dead. I'm into Bridget. I think bracket 4 is still the right place. I do actually would want to build Bridget though. This seems like really fun.
Okay.
Yeah. Personally,
I personally stand with bracket 5 because I'm like, it's so much mana. It's
all
so much
right.
mana in white that never happens.
Clashin's Heart. All right, guys, I'm gonna leave it to you. Bracket 5 or bracket 4. B4, B5.
Next one is one we built before, so this is going to be an interesting discussion.
Yeah. You can go over it. Actually, we can take turns here if you want.
Sure. Okay. It is Irdu, Carrier of Dawn. 3 white for a legendary creature, elemental god with 5 power, 5 toughness, flying, and lifelink. Creature spells you cast have Convoke. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay black, and if you do, transform Iridu. It transforms into Isilu, Carrier of Twilight. Same stat line, same keywords, and each other non-token creature you control has Persist. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay 1 white, and if you do, transform Isilu. We built this on stream. This was a very weird dork commander that let you play stacks early, play your commander, and then immediately tap your commander and your stacks pieces to play another stacks piece. And then once you ran out of cards to play in hand, you just flip to the backside and say, all of my stacks pieces have Persist, have fun killing them, chuckle nuts.
Yeah.
It worked well. I don't know if I'd say it's bracket 5, but it worked well, and it had like a clean combo with a Triskelion to win the game. So, Bracket 4?
Bracket 4 seems appropriate. Bracket 4 seems appropriate.
All right.
In these colors, like, I forget how we rushed it out. I'm trying to think of... Not that you need to rush it out, but... Bracket 4.
We just played, like, Mana Vault, Grim Monolith, or Basalt Monolith, and then just held it for a turn, and then played our commander the turn after.
Yeah, it just worked well because it wasn't always advisable to just like drop your commander. You actually wanted to play like your stacks pieces first. So yeah.
And then when you played your commander, your stacks pieces just immediately became dorks to play more stacks pieces.
Oh, so good. Yeah, and the that back half is really great. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
it's so annoying. Really good. All right, bracket 4 with that. I'm comfortable with that. And guys, there's a poll going on for Bridget if you're jumping in now, so feel free to let us know where you think Bridget lands. We're certain that she's not 3 or under, so we're going to go from there. Reese the Evermore for a generic and a white elf warrior 2/2 body flash. When Reese enters, another target creature you control gains persist until end of turn. We just went over this with Urdu. White and a tap, remove any number of counters from a target creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery speed. So obviously this would eliminate the -1/-1 persist, and you can repeatedly do that. At least that's the concept they have in mind. This is fine. Is there a mono white persist play we care about? Because like the thing is, once it dies the once and comes back, it will effectively not have persist. Like that line will not exist on the new version of that card, new version.
There is probably something you can do with a Protean Hulk wine using this in that, but as the commander, not really.
No, I like Will was saying, there aren't going to be many in bracket 1, but
this is bracket 1.
This feels like bracket 1.
I will say there is the very fun combo of animating your Dark Depths and then removing all the counters from your Dark Depths with that final effect.
And
that is a very bracket 1 thing to do, but that's really funny.
Yeah, slowly rampaging the board. Sure. When you use your park map or whatever to find the Dark Depths.
All right. Sig, the Wanderwine Wisdom for 1 and a blue, legendary creature, Merfolk Wizard. He's a 2/2 that cannot be blocked. When he enters or is transformed, target creature you control gains when this creature deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker. You draw a card at the end of the turn. Until the end of the turn. They gain that effect until the end of the turn. Then, the backside is Sig Waterbind Shield, which is white and is a 2/2 and says cannot be blocked. When it transforms into this, target creature you control gains protection from each color until your next turn. at the beginning of your first main phase, you can pay a blue and then transform this. Um, I've talked about this with you. I think we've talked about this on the channel before, and I gave my very funny build of how you can build this, which is a build of a whole bunch of double strike creatures, a
Yeah.
whole bunch of flicker effects, and every Panharmonicon you can put into the deck. And what you do is you play Sig, you initial ETB, you target a double strike creature, hit, and then you get 2 draws. The main thing is that when you go to your next main phase, you pay a white and you flip, and then you get the ETB trigger that says target creature gains protection from all colors. And in response to that, flicker Sig, flicker Sig, flicker Sig. Let's say you flicker them twice with Panharmonicon. That's 4 Sig triggers going on to a double strike creature, meaning you're drawing 8 cards for playing 2 flickers of Panharmonicon in play, which is a full grip of cards. And then you give that double striker protection from all colors, meaning it is connecting. You draw a lot of cards with Sig, and the entire deck is very, very easy to set up because it's just flickers, Panharmonicons, and double strikers, and then whatever else you want in the deck with that draw engine. I'd say bracket 3 with this. I don't think it's going to be bracket 4, but it's definitely a lot more draw than bracket 2.
Yeah, it is contingent, obviously, on having the right attacker. And like Will said, it's not. It won't be immensely difficult to find some cheapy. How many were there that filled the gap in that
I
one
think
to
it was
two
like
CMC
there's
slot?
8 that cost 2 or less. And then 3 or more, there's like a million.
Right, and you're going to want to play that before Sig. So, your first turn might be controlling the board a little bit with some counter spells if you don't have a 1-cost one that's a double striker. And then I think you're right on bracket 3. It's weird to see a commander that draws effectively placed lower, but in Azorius, I wouldn't say that this is groundbreaking. It's also making you fill your deck with some weird cards.
That's why it's not bracket 4 for me. Because it's
Yeah.
like you're running flickers, which you're okay with. You're running Panharmonicon effects, which you're also kind of okay with. Then you're running double strikers, which feels like an oddball choice in that.
Fun though, for sure. I think definitely an
Yeah.
interesting choice. Dude, look at the art on Morkant's Loyalist. Holy shit. I didn't realize how good that card looked. Fencing Ace, though, never looked so good. I'm going to try to pull it up for us. Oh, God. Scryfall.
I have a feeling that's a double striker.
I have a feeling it's a double striker as well. But yeah, I'm fine with Sig in bracket 3. You guys are wild with this poll right now. Please vote if you're watching.
I don't see the results. I've not voted on it. Yeah, Fencing Ace is just 2-cost double striker. Yeah.
Instead of Fencing Ace, I got Chidinous Graspling. I don't know how that happened, but that's okay. We're going to move on. Grub, Storied Matriarch. Gone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
2 generic and a black for a Goblin Warlock, 2/1 body with Menache. Whenever this creature enters or transforms into Grub, Storied Matriarch, return up to 1 target Goblin card from your graveyard to your hand. We went over this earlier. At the beginning of your first main phase, you'll notice this trend a lot. Pay 1 red, and you get to go to a red side. Same thing, Goblin Warrior 2/1 Menache. Whenever Grub attacks, you may blight 1. If you do, create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of the blighted creature, except it has, at the beginning of the next end step, sacrifice this token. Interesting. This seems like it could do some crazy things. Then you can flip it for 1 black.
So this does go infinite with Combat Celebrant and all the Combat Celebrant effects. It is a Kiki, Jiki, and Rakdos.
Yeah.
The only thing it doesn't go infinite with is Zealous Conscript. But
right.
I think Zealous Conscript is the weakest of the options right now for Kiki anyways. So
it's kind of phased out. It's not like it's bad necessarily, but that's one of the old tried and true combos for Kiki in red.
Yes. I will say with Combat Celebrant, you need to have an opponent that the Combat Celebrant token. Here's the line: you attack with Grub and Combat Celebrant. You stack the triggers so the Grub attack trigger happens first, and then it will put a blight counter on the Combat Celebrant, and then you get a Combat Celebrant that's tapped and attacking. Combat Celebrant trigger happens, you untap both of them, and then you get an extra combat after this one. Repeat, repeat, repeat. So this goes infinite with Combat Celebrant, but you need to have an opponent who's completely open that combat celebrant can attack into every time, and then you can have grub menace into the players who are open, or whatever other creatures you have that you want to just start swinging people with. I will say, grub would be a lot scarier if Dockside Extortionist was still in the game, because EGB Return Dockside from Grave to Hand would be egregious.
Devastating.
Outside of that, though, there's Goblin Piles that you can do that are somewhat good with grub. There's Combat Celebrant stuff that you can just do and works. There's a lot of stuff that you can do with grub that is worth playing and is a relatively compact combo. The front side usually is not going to do a lot for you. If you're doing a goblin package, the front side is pretty good, and the back side's pretty good. If you're doing just the combat celebrant package, the front side doesn't really do anything. In the back side, the front side will let you return that Skirk Prospector you sacrificed to cast grub. And then the back side is just going to be your combo win line. I could see somebody winning on... You consistently get turn 3 wins with this commander. I don't think you get consistent turn 2 wins with this commander, which in Rakdos, you kind of need like some semi-consistent turn 2 win line. But this could be one of the grindier Rakdos commanders. I'd say bracket 4, like low bracket 4 as a goblin commander, this can do a ton. As a straight up combat celebrant commander, it does a lot less, but
yeah,
I think if you just go goblins and run combat celebrants in there, because you can get a lot of work done.
I feel like this is maybe high bracket 3, like you're saying, low bracket 4. It's not bad. I don't think there's like a really menacing goblin tribal commander right now, and like you said, it's sort of been downscaled by the fact that we're missing Dockside.
Yeah.
I don't hate it though. This is another one of those ones that's like interesting and has really good effects. I think bracket.
We can do bracket 3.
I mean, it's better than Sig, but I do think it's just very, very good bracket 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think you could build a bracket 4, but if you're just throwing a list together, the list is probably going to be bracket 3.
Yeah, that's fair. After we get through Ashling, I will end our current poll.
All right. Ashling Rekindle, 1 red for a 1/3 legendary creature elemental sorcerer that says when this enters or is transformed, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card, and during your first main phase, you may pay 1 blue and transform this. Transform side is Ashling, Rhymebound, elemental wizard, 1/3. When this enters or is transformed, whenever this is transformed and at the beginning of your first main phase, add 2 mana of any one color. Spend this mana only to cast spells with a mana value 4 or greater. At the beginning of your first main phase, you can pay a red if you do transform Ashling. Bracket 1, this is just a really mediocre, trashy dork that also lets you fix your hand a little bit. It doesn't do anything explosive. It's just like a very weird looter that can also make you some mana.
Yeah.
I will say, if you're flipping this every turn, you can stack it so that you get the 2 mana and then the transform trigger.
Yeah.
And so you're always getting 2 mana every single turn. But you're also paying a mana every turn to keep flipping it back and forth.
So
in total, it's making you 1 mana each turn.
Yeah, it feels rough, man.
So bracket 1.
Yeah. Yeah, we can put Ashling there. The next Ashling's much better. But our poll has come to an end, and rather interestingly, 71% of you believe that Bridget is bracket 5. So that is where she's going. Look at you all. Look at you. Ashling the Limitless for 2 generic and a red. Elemental Sorcerer. 2/3 body. Elemental spells you cast from hand have evoke 4. Whenever you sacrifice a non-token element...
Really quick. Errata. Elemental creature spells. Elemental permanent spells you cast from hand have evoke 4. You can't cast those elemental instants and sorceries with evoke. It has to be permanent.
Wow. So soon. Whenever you sacrifice a non-token elemental creature token that's a copy of it, um, the token gains haste until end of turn. At the beginning of your next end step, sacrifice unless you pay Wooburg. Most
If you sacrifice a non-token elemental, you get a Kiki token. You could pay 5 to keep it. That's TLDR of that.
yeah.
Thoughts, Patrick?
It's Wooburg, so it's probably going to be like bracket 4 or 5.
It is probably bracket 4. Uh, the combo that people have come up with, technically the two combos, are either with Animar or Phyrexian or Ashnod's Altar.
I
Animar or
like
Ashnod's
Animar. I like
Altar.
Animar here.
And then you use either Grave Sifter, Grave Shifter, or Green Warden something, each of which say ETB return something from your graveyard to your hand, either permanent or a creature. What you do, you evoke it out for 4 mana. If you have a big enough Animar, that means you're evoking it out for 0. The original is going to enter, returning something from your grave to your hand. The token's going to enter, returning the original to your hand. And you're going to repeat this infinitely to make infinite hasty elementals. If you don't have Animar and you have Ashnod's Altar, you do the same thing, but instead you just recur every elemental from your graveyard to your hand by sacrificing the original and the token to Ashnod's Altar. And then you repeat that, playing elementals from your hand for Evoke 4, doing the same thing, getting infinite ETBs of any of your elementals that you want to draw your entire deck, deal infinite damage, whatever your elementals can do off of their ETBs. So those are the two infinite combos. If there was an elemental that self-reduced and could return itself from grave to hand, I would put this at bracket 5, because then it's just play Ashling, play that card game.
Yeah.
We don't have that, so I'd say bracket 4, because there is a lot of combos you can do and there's a lot of value you can grind from this, and it's Wooburg.
Bracket 4.
Yeah.
Those are interesting play lines. It's you're in every color, so it's like you have every avenue of approach to get to the solution.
Yeah.
But I'm not. I don't. I would like my bracket 5 to just do more. Frankly, I like. It sounds silly, but something like Najeela coming down as early as it does, and then just pressuring life as quickly as it does, is really damning. And like the tech it gets to use and gets to leverage is just better than the elemental tech that you're going to see here, like leading up to your win, right? Because when you're in these colors, like you literally do anything to win. It doesn't really matter how you win. Whatever's the most efficient. And I think Najil is just, you're going to have to weigh this against other 5-color commanders. And I just don't think this is as efficient as other ones. At coming onto the field, yes. At doing the thing or having some impact on the game, no. Not as much as like a Najila. So yeah, bracket 4. I think that's fine.
Next, Fair 4, Young Yu.
Yes. Look how young you look.
Yeah. You is young.
He was young.
6 and a green for a 4/7 legendary tree folk druid. When this enters, create a number of 1/1 green sapperling tokens equal to the number of counters among creatures target player controls. Tap. Double the number of each kind of counter on target creature. This is one of my friend's favorite commanders, and he missed this when the set initially was spoiled. I pointed it out to him, and he has already built, I think, 3 different versions of this commander. Long and short, if you're using effects that say your creatures enter with counters, you can either flicker Fair 4 with just random things to make a lot of 1/1 sapperlings, which are actually going to enter as like 3/3s. Or if no one kills Fair 4, you're going to make one creature stupidly big, and then you're threatening the game. And with stuff like Crystalline Crawler, you can also just make a ridiculous amount of mana.
Right.
Fair 4 is really cool, does a lot of really gross stuff, and can get exponential value. He is mono green, though, and 7 mana, which is why I'm going to say bracket 3. But he is the best +1/+1 +1/+1 counter commander ever printed.
7 is pretty damn high. This is definitely more casual leaning. I think so far as mono green is concerned, is this what's comparable? Not in terms of strategy, but like effectiveness. Like like Sandman
So
recently, like we did Sandman. Is this
it's
better?
Sandman came out as like bracket 4, but Sandman is significantly faster than how this is going to play out. The way that this plays out is
Yeah.
you're usually just using a creature based setup. You get out one of the 4 cost things that just say 3 or 4 costs that say your creatures enter with a +1/+1 counter, and then you use that to get a couple creatures into play. Then Fair Force says ETB make 8/1/1s, which each enter with 2 counters, and then the next time that he comes in, you're going to be making 24/1/1s, and so on and so on and so on. And if they don't kill him, then he just makes one thing stupidly big. Um, I he's he lets you do all the things that green wants you to do. He does stuff with +1/+1 counters. The way that you build him makes you want to build go wide, and it makes you want to build go tall, and it gives you power matter stuff if you want to do that. And since he's high cost, you can ramp into him. I'm willing to say bracket 2 just because like he's difficult to build perfectly, but he has so many different avenues that I want to say bracket 3 because it's more likely than not that you're going to build a disgusting deck with him. Because just it's an Avenger of Zendikar, but it makes things that are actual threats instead of just exist.
Is it crazy that I wanted this to have Convoke?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
If this had Convoke, this would be bracket 4.
7's high. Yeah. Bracket 3 seems fair.
Okay.
Bracket 3 seems fair for Farah 4. Farah 4. But what about Tristan, Callous Cultivator? For 2 generic and a green, you have an elf druid with a 3/4 body. Death touch. Whenever this creature enters or transforms into Tristan, Callous Cultivator, mill 3 cards. Then, if there is an elf in your graveyard, you gain 2 life. It doesn't matter whether it was milled or not in this way. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay a black, and you get the Golgari that we always wanted. Not Golgari. Golgari. What am I talking about? You get the black in. Elf Warlock, 3/4 Death Touch. Whenever this creature transforms into Penitent's color, mill 3 cards, then you may exile an elf card from your graveyard. If you do, each opponent loses 2 life. Devastation. I think that this is bracket 5 for Farah 4. Crimson Claw. You must. You jest. Tristan is bracket 1.
Yeah, I could potentially hear an argument for maybe bracket 2 only because it's one of the better early game mill engines in a command zone for Golgari.
Yeah,
But
if you really, yeah.
I think bracket 1.
Reanimator's alive. You may exile an elf from your graveyard. Man, you were so like
You're never exiling an elf. No. You are just constantly paying the 1 to flip back and forth to keep
Crimson.
milling a card every turn and then gaining 2 life every other turn.
God, what's this little entertainment room that Tristan's in on the green side? What are these weird like? I don't like anything about this card. Bracket 1. I'm sorry. Sorry, he's a dredge enabler. I know. I'm sorry. I just don't think it's that good, guys. I feel like there have to be better options than this guy for that strategy.
There legitimately are not a lot of good Golgari commanders that make you mill just off the bat.
I would still rather play the frog, the toad.
Yeah, but that does make you mill.
I know, Will. But it's a dredge deck. If you really want to look at it that way, okay. Deckmar Salvage. Come on.
All right. Now we have maybe my favorite commander from this set, even though this card is probably bracket 2. We have Abigail, Eloquent First Year. And it's Orzhov for a legendary creature, Bird Bard, with 1 power, 1 toughness, flying, first strike, and lifelink. When Abigail enters, up to 1 other target creature loses all abilities, and you put a flying, a first strike, and a lifelink counter on that creature.
So many counters.
This just permanently shuts off a creature. It loses the abilities as long as it stays on board. You can flicker this. You can have it die and reanimate with either unearth effects or the when this thing dies, return it to the battlefield effects. So you can eventually just shut off everybody's commanders and all of their cool creature effects, and then everybody's just playing bird up.
Yeah.
The reason why bracket 2 is because once all commanders do nothing, the way the game ends is usually going to be commander damage, because all of those creatures have lifelink. So no one's dying to normal damage. It's going to be a commander damage fight off, and your commander is a 1/1.
It's kind of like the syndrome line from The Incredibles.
When everybody's super, nobody is.
Yeah, when everyone's a bird.
When everybody's super, no one will be.
Yeah, and when everyone's
That's
a bird, everyone will just be a bard. Yeah. Bracket 2, you're saying?
Unfortunately, bracket 2, you could probably build this as some bracket 4 thing, but that is like tuning up your 99 to the most ridiculous extent, and then you're playing like not Phyrexian Dread, or not Dreadnought, but like all the things that would just be bad bodies, and then you're like, oh, I play the
bad bodies.
Phyrexian Devourer, and it's like 3 mana for an 8/8 that I have to cumulative upkeep, sack a creature, but I'm just going to make it an 8/8 flying lifelink, and then I'm just going to start punching people. You can do stuff like that, and that will probably be somewhat decent. And honestly, there might just be a deck that's just use Abigail to shut off commanders and then make big creatures with lifelink so you can use your life as a resource.
Mm-hmm.
But that is putting a whole bunch of tools into this deck to try to polish it up after a crap ton of trial and error, to the point where I think it's going to be difficult to get it there. And most of the time, people are just going to say bird up and then get punched in the face and die.
Yeah, and like, I don't know, how many flickers are there to actually like leverage here?
A lot. There's about 25 playable flickers in white.
Playable. Okay.
2 and less.
Good?
2 and less, usually at instant speed.
Okay. I'm with you on bracket 2. I think this is a cut above like bad or thematic.
Yeah, it does make 3 counters, not 4 counters. It makes 3 counters on ETB.
Yeah.
So there are funny things you could probably do with that, but no.
Yeah, if we cared about the counter removal business that we're seeing from the set, then you legitimately could target your own thing and leverage that.
I figured out what to do. Black has the remove counter effects. You can take away the flying, the lifelink, and the first strike on everybody else.
And then they're nothing. Yeah.
Just vanilla. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
You attach that to an Isochron Scepter and you just like whip it. Is it 2 or less?
Like Hex Parasite.
Oh yeah, that too. Vigilance token in Tyam. This doesn't give vigilance? Wait, what? Does Tyam give vigilance?
This gives flying first strike and lifelink. Tyam gives something a vigilance token or vigilance counter.
Moving on. Snar, innovative first year. There is a combo here that was illustrated by another
2 combos here.
Oh shit. Well, we'll cover them.
They are both the exact same thing, but just with different cards.
This is too wordy. Just
okay.
hit it really quick.
TLDR, if this is your commander, you reveal cards until you reveal 2 non-land cards, and you may play those cards this turn. The joke is that you have 97 lands, and then your 2 cards are either the lesson from the Avatar that is flip until you hit a non-land card, and then you can play it for free if it costs less than the number of your mountains. Otherwise, you can play it this turn. All those cards remain exiled. And then Thoracle, so it's just a Thoracle line in Is It. Or alternatively, you play Treasure Hunt, and you play Magmakin Artillerist from the Aether Drift set. And Magmakin Artillerist, when you discard cards, it deals damage equal to the number of cards you discarded. And Treasure Hunt says 2 mana, reveal cards until you reveal a non-land, put all revealed cards into your hand. So you draw your deck, move to clean up, deal 90 damage to each opponent.
Not bad.
Artillerist is the cooler combo because that combo cost like 20 cents versus the Thoracle combo, which costs like $5 because Thoracle.
No, screw that. Screw that. We're trying to keep this under $5.
As a commander, you theoretically could get Vivid up to 5 in this deck by using things that make off-color tokens. But bracket bracket one, don't play this. Yes, there's a cEDH deck of it. We don't care. It
cEDH in the
dies to one
sense,
counter spell.
I was gonna say cEDH in this. Talk about a glass cannon. This ain't even made out of glass. This is like candy sugar
Paper mache.
glass. Yeah, this is like paper mache cannon.
If the deck folds if the
Yeah,
room is too humid, if
exactly.
there's too much blue.
Yeah, yeah, which is always, which is always. Yeah, frankly, I'm happy with that bracket one. It's neat that it does a thing, though. It's definitely neat that it does a thing. And now to my favorite cloven-footed lady, High Perfect Moorcant. For 2 generic in Golgari, Elf Noble 4/4, whenever High Perfect Moorcant or another elf you control enters, each opponent blights 1. Tap 3 untapped elves you control, proliferate. That's right, you're going to destroy everything under those wonderful toes. Anyways. This artist, Victor knew what he was doing. Victor knew what he was doing.
Very solid elf ball commander, though, because honestly, just like playing elves to ramp into high perfect Morcant, and then playing more elves to just go, oh, put a -1 counter on your creatures. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Oh, you don't have anything on board left? Shame. And then eventually just going, I tap elves, proliferate over and over and over again, does kind of lead to you constantly clearing the board so there's no creatures.
Is this better than Abigail?
This is maybe bracket 4. The scary thing that you do with this is either super friends or putting a infect counter on somebody and then endless suffering. A good amount of planeswalkers do make elf tokens, so you can proliferate a good amount with that. With the amount of random elf token generation that people found for the for Maryland, which is a command we're going to go over in a bit. But for all the random token generation for elves that people found, you probably could just play most planeswalkers and immediately alt them in Morcant. And since everything's constantly being wiped, you'll probably get to the late game where that's actually a relevant win con.
Sonar loves clones. Sonar loves clones. Scrap Basket had to be said. For 4 generic, pay 1, Scrap Basket becomes all colors until end of turn. So Sonar is truly bracket 5.
Even if he hit 5 every single time, you may cast the exiled cards this turn. It's still bad. It's still bad, even if you can get Wooburg active. It's still bad.
I'm interested to hear, like Iron, you're saying your experience has been really good with Sonar. And I'm sure that's true. I'm curious to see like how those games have functioned. You're very much broadcasting what you're going to do when you're going to do it. But
say Sonar's bracket 2, just with the fact that you can consistently do the off-color stuff, so we can move Sonar to bracket 2. I'll accept that.
yeah,
But it's like
it's
4 mana for like a impulse draw 5 every turn, which is good, but it also means that you can't do combos because you're gonna brick a lot, or you're gonna not be able to play stuff, and that stuff is gonna get exiled. I mean,
I'm sorry, you're on the sexy foot lady at 4?
Yeah. Maybe at 4. I think probably 3. It's consistent control and an ability that can win the game either with Infect or with Super Friends. So I'm like, you have a control tool and a win con in the same card. That's probably B4, but I don't know how well they mesh together, so I kind of want to say B3. Because if you're tapping your elves planeswalkers, you're not tapping them to proliferate.
I'm interested in checking out those feet a little bit closer. We can say B3.
Okay.
For now. And maybe we brew this list. The infect angle is interesting. Is it going to be Y'shtola good? Probably not.
No, Y'shtola does way too well.
Yeah, probably not that good. But I mean, it's not, if you like elves and you like feet, then you'll probably enjoy this. So Quentin Tarantino, this is the deck for you. All right.
Lorwyn, Imperfect Naturalist. Golgari for a Elf Druid with 1 mana or 1 power and 3 toughness. ETB, mill 4. You may put a creature or land card from among the milled cards on top of your library. You can pay 2 Golgari, 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 tap, and discard a land. Create a 1/1 green and black worm creature token for each card in your graveyard. This is in reference to another card with Retrace. I can't remember the exact name of the card though.
Each land, yeah.
It's Worm Call, not Worm Calling. It was in the Windgrace deck. Give me a sec.
This feels like a better mill card than the other one we were just looking at.
It's only on ETB. The other one's like mill 3 cards every turn. This is mill 4 cards once. I want to find the thing. But with this card, you can make a lot of worms pretty quickly, because if you are milling your deck with other effects, this will just eventually start swarming the board with worms. Worm Harvest. Yeah, somebody beat me to it. Yeah, Worm Harvest. This is a callback to Worm Harvest. I do think that you can probably get enough lands in your graveyard that you can make like a lot of 1/1s for 5, and then since you're in black, you can turn those 1/1s into a lot of good sack fodder for random effects. So this is a pretty interesting commander. I think he's probably bracket 2 though. He makes a big board, he goes wide. He's a weird Reese the Redeemed. He's like a weird graveyard version of Reese the Redeemed.
Yeah. The worm effect is costly. How much was Worm Harvest to even play?
The exact same cost.
Oh, really? Oh, okay then.
Yeah, it is a hard reference. And it makes a 1/1 green-black worm token for each land card in your graveyard. They are worded the same. It's a joke about retracing Worm Harvest.
I'm okay with 2 for this boy.
Yeah. Yep.
Did I go over the natural? I'll go for Breh.
Yeah.
Breh of Clan.
What's up, Breh?
What's up, Breh? What's up, Breh? For 2 generic and Boros. Giant Warrior. Boy. Generic and a white. Tap another target creature you control, gains flying and lifelink until end of turn. Another creature. Well, not that you would want to target her after tapping her. At the beginning of your end step.
There's a reason why. Another creature.
You love her, Breh. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card, Breh. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost if that spell's mana value is less than or equal to the amount of life you gained this turn. Otherwise, put it into your hand.
So it's card draw, basically. Like, it's card draw and ramp based off of a life gain, which is pretty good. By the way, the reason why it's give another creature flying and lifelink is because this is in reference to Brian Stout Arm, who you could pay, I think, 1 in a red, tap him, sacrifice another creature, and then deal damage equal to that creature's power to target opponent. And he had lifelink. So she's throwing things at people. That's why flying and lifelink. Also, fun canonical fact, whenever she sees an elf, she picks them up and throws them. Just cuz.
Wait,
that is canon.
What are you talking about? What?
No, that's just a canon thing about Bree Clan Stout Arm. She just does not like elves. So if she sees an elf, she picks it up and throws it.
She just likes chucking elves.
No, she dislikes elves, so she chucks them.
Oh, I see. No enjoyment from the act. It's just pure.
It's purely
pure
just
instinct.
like, nope, get the fuck out.
So where are you on the Stout Arm? This feels like a very weird build around, draw, potentially play things.
So, like, you can go super aggro, like, power matters stuff, and then gain a lot of life and cast a big spell for free. You're gonna have to roll into a big spell, though. But it's more likely than not just gonna be a draw every turn.
At that,
I think that like you'll probably be able to cast a thing for free more likely than not off of Bree. And the evasion and lifelink does mean you can do some things, but Boros,
you have the Heliod combo. 2 ways to gain lifelink.
Heliod combo. It's more like
I'm kidding. I'm not like overly
it's
impressed with the
draw in
Heliod
the
combo.
command zone in Boros, which is the only reason I'm like it might be good enough. But
Wouldn't you
for like
rather
V2, V3,
one of the plethora of Voltron commanders?
it's she's one of the Voltron commanders. But funnily enough, she does not Voltron herself. You Voltron everything else, and then give it flying lifelink.
Mm. I put her in two.
Yeah, we can put her in two because she's actually draw in Boros, which is a rare thing. Um, Next, we have Kroll, a 10 to first year.
Uh,
One Boros for legendary creature, vampire cleric with 3 power and 3 toughness. Tap to untap creatures you control, copy target triggered ability you control. You may choose new targets for the trigger. Activate only once each turn. Um, the issue with this card is it is only copy a trigger you control.
yeah, that would have been
So
dope.
you can't copy activated abilities. It's only triggered abilities. Can't copy opponents' abilities. So how many good triggers do you have in Boros? And the answer is pretty much like
Hmm.
the Sentinels, or like the Esper Sentinel, and then the Recruiters. So this is just kind of bracket one, in my opinion. I have not found enough good stuff to make him worth it. There's probably a combo that I'm completely missing. Like you can probably do something with some dumb village bell
He
ringer thing.
oh, he is a vampire. Is there? What's that one vampire that the conquistador that untaps if you have a vampire? You have lifelink or something.
It's when you gain life, you untap it.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. There's no. Nah. Eh. Maybe there's something. I'm just thinking of that guy because he untaps. I'm like, what other? Nah. Too much thinking. Not
If
enough.
you wanted to copy abilities, play a companion with the doctor pairing and play Adric. That's just better. Adric is just better this. Like, yeah, you gotta pay 3 mana to do it instead of tap 2 creatures, but there's more combos with Adric than there is with this, and you get more colors. Bracket one.
Bracket one. But what about Tam Mindful first year for generic in Simic Gorgon Wizard 2/2 body. Each other creature you control has hexproof from each of its own colors, and then you can tap her. Target creature you control becomes all colors until end of turn. The ultimate protection in the CZ. Is there a crazy combo for getting a 5-colored Clara Oswald? Yeah, Clara Oswald though. Is there a crazy benefit to having a 5-color anytime commander, but not being in Wooburg?
Um, I mean, Vivid. This lets you do Vivid stuff, but like Vivid is not a good enough mechanic.
Was Vivid just from this set? Like this is Vivid. This is the
They
Vivid set.
they changed a couple cards to be Vivid, but it's primarily just this set. I will say though that this is really good protection. If this was in white, like if you changed either the green or the blue into white, this would have been really good. Unfortunately, it's not in white, so there's not like a lot of very annoying things that'll be better to
Mm.
protect.
Bloom
This
Tender.
is
Bloom
really
Tender
good
is kind of
protection
sick
though.
tech though. If you had Bloom Tender,
Yeah.
but that's like that
Uh,
alone is not convincing me.
I will say that like turning any untap effect into just a negate or like hexproof protection is really nice, but it's like play eight. This is 8.5 tails, but it's Simic instead of white. But the thing is, 8.5 tails is so good because it's in white.
I kind of want to put this in a
Bracket one.
1, man. Yeah, yeah, that's where you're gonna go. What are the odds, and what would you like them to be? That is not bracket 1. He is at least bracket 2, low bracket 3. Kingdoms TV showcased Chiral, and he steamrolled everybody even after getting multiple key pieces removed. Stop.
Are are you talking about a Kirol attentive first year?
Wolf is stating that this is definitely bracket 2 or low bracket 3.
I
What were
don't
they?
know what
What were
triggers are worth using in Boros though. Like
Wolf? What were the Matt, what was the matchup, please? And what was the budget? Like, were they all cracked out with the craziest shit? Fabro Elder didn't get a vivid errata.
Didn't it? It got reprinted in this set. I'm pretty sure it got a vivid.
Can you look that up? Actually, I'm curious. And Wolf, I'm curious to see. You could convince me otherwise on Kirill. I'm curious to know what some of the play lines are that we're missing. Clearly, I would love to know though. Like, what are the core pieces? What are the lines of play?
Yeah, it did not get a vivid errata. It was reprinted in the set, but it did not get an errata.
That is weird. Will, would you pardon me one more second? I'm gonna put Auntie Ool and the Reaper on screen if you want to cover them. I won't be more than a second though.
Okay.
Yeah, won't be more than a second.
I,
Give me a second. Yeah, take your time, Wolf. Sorry.
I will go over both of them just really quickly. Auntie Ool is 1, a black, a red, and a green for a Goblin Warlock with 4 power and 4 toughness, and Ward Blight 2. Whenever one or more -1/-1 counters are put on a creature, draw a card if it was a creature you control. If you don't control it, its controller loses 1 life. The Reaper, King No More, 2-bred black, 2-bred red, 2-bred green for a Scarecrow with 3 power and 3 toughness. When this enters the battlefield, put a -1/-1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. Whenever one or more creatures an opponent controls with a -1/-1 counter on it dies, you may put that card onto the battlefield under your control. Do this once each turn. Okay. With Auntie, putting -1/-1 counter on your own things to draw cards is pretty good if you can get enough -1/-1 counters, and if you can get the creatures to have them survive the -1/-1 counters. That does give you options with stuff like Persist, which does mean that you can draw a good chunk of cards. But how many Persist effects can you cram into one deck? And I think the answer is like that one Cauldron. There are ways to get like a chunk of draw off of this, but I don't think that there's enough that you can get a lot of draw. And as for the burn, it's only ever dealing 1 damage no matter how many counters you're putting on your opponent's things. So Blight 2, unfortunately, does not do a lot. I think Auntie Ool is... There's enough random -1/-1 counter stuff that I think bracket 2, just because you can get a lot of draw. But only bracket 2. And even that's a little bit iffy. With the Reaper King No More, there's a lot of... I'm gonna let Patrick get back on. Hello, hello, hello.
Well, Wolf, I don't see any results.
He's still typing. He's still going through.
Okay, that's fine.
With Auntie Ool, my synopsis was pretty much getting counters on your own things is relatively easy if you include Persist. However, you're not going to be getting a ton of draw, and there's not a ton of easily abusable Persist things. There's a couple mass Persist effects. But John... bracket 2, because there is actually a good amount of stuff you can do, but unfortunately, trying to balance having bodies and having counters is going to be really difficult with Auntie Ool.
But all the Blight...
Yeah, but the Ward 2 Blight doesn't matter. No one cares.
Can we target... No, we can't. 2 seems fair.
The Reaper King No More, though, I was going to rate probably bracket 3, purely because there are a lot of ways to put -1/-1 counters on your opponent's stuff very easily over the years. Like Amonkhet had a ton of things from that as well. There's Yawgmoth and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that you can steal a lot of your opponent's creatures with the Reaper King just by putting counter on something and then killing it. There's also even a card from this set that says if an opponent's creature dies with a counter, you move that counter onto another thing.
Yeah.
So I'd say 2 for Ool and 3 for Reaper.
Sure. I want to give John some love. What are the value plays for the Reaper King? Like what's the goal for this guy?
It's pretty much just hijacking all of your opponent's stuff constantly. Your opponent plays something good, you go cool. 1 mana, give a creature -1/-1 counter, and then I'm just gonna kill spell it or do sack something to blow up your thing. Fleshbag Marauder, such and so.
Yeah. So when the CTBs, yeah. Put it one on negative. This isn't a great colored. Yeah. This is yeah.
You know, okay. For the sake of Solitude and Skyclave Apparition, like doubling up removal. Yeah, that's the thing that makes
Oh, I like that. I
Kroll
like that
better.
because you get to
Yeah,
leverage the
I
evokers at the same time. That's not a bad idea.
I will accept that as like a good call because just ETB deal damage effects are decent enough. So yeah, uh, how many good removal effects are there then?
Not that many, bro. Skyclave Apparition and Solitude are definitely the
Well,
best.
I'm trying to think of like also stuff like Goblin Chain Whirler and other things that just in like Fury that just say like deal damage.
I'm good with Kingdom War 3. That seems like decent value.
Yeah,
You're not going to get this out of their commanders, but anything else is fine. He also used cards like Trouble in Pairs, Grasp of Fate, Champions from Beyond, and Caretaker's Talent. Thank you, Wolf, for doing the research and providing the receipts here. It obviously helps.
I I'll give a Kroll 2. Like it could I could be argued into going to 3 on Kroll,
Maybe
but
even 5. I'm just kidding.
there's not great combos 'cause
Boros ain't that color. But no, I'm fine with the bump as well.
yeah, it's the fact that you can make your removal twice as efficient once each turn is pretty good. I like that.
Yeah, and there seems to be an effective amount of range to the dude. You'll never have a blocker,
I
but you'll always have some effect to copy.
I will read Dorn so that you can get the next one. Dorn, besieged by time,
Dope
1
art.
a white, a black, and a green for an 0/5 Treefolk Druid. Each other creature spell you cast with toughness greater than its power costs 1 less. Whenever a creature you control attacks or blocks, it gets +X+O, where X is the difference between its power and its toughness.
Mm.
If you could do extra combat stuff, you can stack that buff and get some pretty big creatures. If you get creatures that have a big enough difference, then hmm, huh.
How tall are we
So
going?
it's I misread this the first couple times that I read
It's
this.
kind of good.
I did not realize that the top side says that it cares about the toughness being greater, but the bottom side just cares about the numbers being different. So like if you have a 13/1, then it gets +12/+12.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't care if it's a 113. So you can get attack really high on this.
Dorn is the new Rad Commander.
Yeah, because I can 100% respect that because you have the rat colony. The thing it's it gets +1/+0 for every rat colony on your board,
Is
and they're
and
2/1s.
do you like? Is there like a Thrumming Stone kind of play to just dump them out and then?
Well, no. It's what you do is you just get enough rats out, and then you go. I swing with a whole bunch of 6/1 rats, which get +5/+5 for swinging. So you're getting hit with 11 sixes.
11 sixes. Each creature spell you cast with toughness greater than its power costs 1 less to cast. The top side is less important to me than the bottom side. Um, that's interesting. Dorn's 0 as well.
Yeah. So it's going to be a 5/10 when it attacks or blocks. That's a really good stat line. It can do some very interesting things. Basically, its whole setup is that it makes buffs better, but only if it's a one-sided buff.
Mm-hmm. Um, Greater Good is pretty cool here. What I'm trying to think of what are some of the value pieces you're going to leverage to just pull through your deck.
Like it's all the power matters, Soul's Majesty,
Yeah.
Greater Good. You can do stuff with that, but the trick is that you need to have creatures that have high power but low toughness to really abuse this effect. Which that's the hard part. I think there's better power matters effects that you can run. So I want to say that this is a 2 because it's the same power matter stuff that you want to do in black and green,
Yeah.
but you have to jump through extra hoops to make it really good.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say 2, but it's also partially just because I don't want to have to use the brain power to make this better than
I'm
the
sure there
others.
are cool, like, ways to buff your, like, one single-sided buff your creature's defense or something, and then, you know, overpower
Yeah,
them or something.
there's that whole you could theoretically do a combo kill using any of the equipment that equip for 0 and those creatures that say when they become a target of a thing they get +1/+0 for the turn,
Mm.
or creatures you can control get +1/+0 for the turn, and then with that you theoretically make all your creatures infinite toughness and then you just attack and win. You could do that, but I think we had another commander in these exact same colors that does the same thing. I think it's draw equal to the highest toughness, whereas this is just make them buffer, so or make them stronger.
Buffer works.
Buffer.
Buffer. Ah, man, I this seems fun. I don't know.
It's there's definitely things you can do, but it just feels like you have to jump through so many hoops to make it do the thing.
2?
Yeah, too.
Okay. Last and certainly not least, we have Marilyn Fey Ascendant. This is, I believe, the last deck we built on the channel.
Yep, yep.
2, a black, a green, and a blue for an elf fairy noble. 4/5 body flying. Whenever Marilyn or another elf or fairy you control enters, exile the top 2 cards of your library, of target opponent's library. Excuse me. Once each turn, you may cast a spell with a mana value less than or equal to the number of elves and fairies you control from among the cards exiled with Marilyn this turn without paying its mana cost. Well,
Bracket 5. We built this, it did the thing, it worked.
yeah, it did it pretty effectively too. So this is one of those commanders where I'm saying, like, you look at something like Ashling earlier, and it's in 5 colors, but it's like, okay, well, you play Ashling, and then what is it really doing for you? What I like about Marilyn is that she's in 3 colors, mind you, but she's doing something that's pretty effective just by playing her. She's not a do nothing. And then you also get the latent effect of being able to leverage their tutors or leverage any sort of effects that they might have. And there's quite a few good elves and fairies you can actually play in this deck to where that bottom half is potent. But you really, if we're talking about how you're going to win the game, it's the exiling their shit, right? So
Yeah.
we used Displacer Kitten and we used Food Chain, I believe, were the 2 lines of play we used. But there was a
And well, I think we used Food Chain to actually win both times, but
yeah.
one game was just Food Chain do the thing. The other was Displacer Kitten mill pretty much 70% of my deck and then play a lot of it to have to
Yeah.
go from I think it was like 6 mana to like 18 mana in a single turn.
We had an absurd round of play. We had the win secured with Food Chain, but I wanted to see how far we could go with Displacer Kitten, and it got to a point where our opponents would have just died of boredom. So we should have just ended the game. Realistically, is where it got to. But it was just to see if we could keep casting spells off the top of our opponent's decks, to keep getting displacer bounces, to keep exiling, to keep playing, to it worked, and it worked. And even if we failed, we were so far on top of our opponents. Like at that point, like even if we failed at continuing the line of play and we didn't get Food Chain off, like we were very much ahead of our opponents. Like the next turn was going to be it, realistically, unless someone really really hampered us. I like this at bracket 5 quite a bit. I think this is a really good commander in Sultai. Damn, I kind of want to make Kyrul, but I'm also bringing Sid Timeless Artificer. Build Kyrul, I'm curious to see like how it functions for sure. We do have one more Wooburg legendary to talk about from the set, though, I should say.
The Mass of Mysteries.
So much I don't understand about this creature.
So, Wooburg for a 5/5 elemental. First strike, Vigilance, Trample. At the beginning of combat on your turn, another target elemental you control gains Myriad until the end of the turn.
Mm.
This came in the Elemental Precon, and it is not functional with most of the deck, so I would not play this as the alternative commander. But as a commander in itself, it can do some decent elemental things. It does let you just triple up on elemental ETBs and LTB effects, which some elementals do have LTB effects. It gives you the ability to just grind a bit of extra value out of some elementals. And if you can use extra combat effects, you can stack Myriad on some of your elementals to get even more value. In actuality, I think that this is either bracket 1 or bracket 2. Bracket 2 because there are some things that you can do with it, but bracket 1 because if you want to do elemental shenanigans, either use Ashling or use Horde of Notions. Those are the two actual good Wooburg utilize elemental options. This is just kind of another weird way of doing that, because even just spamming extra combats does not make a massive difference with Massive Mystery.
Yeah, at least Ashling has like decent lines of play and a proper game plan. This feels kind of hinky. We don't always put it's bracket. Wooburg is like mystery bracket because you have access to everything. In a lot of instances, like you usually just want value in the CZ, and that's usually what benefits you the best. This is pretty mid though. This is pretty mid. I like what you guys are saying though, Wolf, specifically about Reaper King no more. Like the mana value matters effects, like birthing pods, stuff like that.
Yeah,
I think that's a dope angle to approach it, and Jund actually has a lot of stuff to play with that. So 100%.
yeah. I that is definitely the cooler way to build the Reaper King no more.
Right, and just acknowledging like what your birthing pod lines could look like what do you need to steal? Like if I could take your 3 cost, I can get a Jund line of play for a birthing pod
If I
very
take your
easily.
3 cost, I can get my Yawgmoth, which then lets me take more stuff.
Oh, fact. Oh shit, that's oh wow, yeah. Oh man, that sounds. I kind of want to build that. That
It's
sounds really fun, but it's super like opponent deck dependent. You
it's
know.
really funny. I legitimately think what you do is you just keep going, what -1/-1 counter thing can I grab if I steal that?
Yeah. And
I
you just
think
have
that's
every
the play.
chain going. Yeah. Uh, let me see here. So maybe you get to Reaper King evolve like Tassiger. Should we? It could be fun to fool with Reaper King, man. if we
Well,
wanted to brew like a fun list.
the unfortunate thing with playing Reaper King on stream is gonna be like, well,
Super.
what do we steal?
I mean, I think in a lot of instances it'll be stuff that we should want to contend with. Like, you'd probably leverage a Reaper King to remove like Orcish Bowmasters or opposition agents or stacks pieces that are stunting you from having an effective game. I say opposition agent because we mentioned Birthing Pod, but a lot of the good ones are in black and white, I would say. Cloud of Fairies and Deadeye Navigator seem good in Maryland. Yeah, so that is the third line of play, Paul, that we didn't use for Maryland, and there's reasons to play those lines. I think that what we found is it was just more effective and more efficient to go for Food Chain or go for the Kitten.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the Deadeye line was very easy to set up because it is 2 creatures, you're in green, you have all the creature tutors you want between black and green. But it's better to just run the Thoracle combos because you're obviously going to run Food Chain. Food Chain's the best Maryland combo that you can get set up. And then Demonic Consultation and Tainted Pact let you find Food Chain and set up one of your 2 creatures that goes infinite with Food Chain by casting them from exile. So if you're already running Tainted Pact and Demonic Consultation and you have blue in your deck, you might as well run Thoracle instead
yeah,
of running a Navigator. It's just more condensed to do that,
yeah.
but
I loved.
it
I think we illustrated the demonic uh, Consultation or Tainted Pack. We think we exiled the Miss Hollow Griffin and found Food Chain that way. It was like very clean.
Yeah.
Just to Will's point, you know what I mean? Like that was hyper condensed. Obviously, you could neuter yourself, but we were very lucky. I think we went like 20 deep, and we found the solution.
Also, yeah, somebody was bringing up, Reaper King is CMC 6
Yeah. I'm like,
on board, which I completely forgot about that.
what eight drop? What eight drop do you want to hit? Is the thought for this? I mean, you're also able to natural order some shit out too, but realistically, you get like what, Razaketh or something? Is Razaketh 8?
Razaketh is 8. I want to see what we can find on 7 because Birthing Pod is 7.
Right. Hoarding Broodlord wins. Yeah. I mean, it just, yeah. I mean, I like the idea of hijacking our opponent's stuff and then leveraging their stuff, but realistically, if we just want to push for a win, we should have our own solution.
It's funny. I had a deck that is that, but it's Rakdos, and it's a very specific commander. It's can't remember the name of it, but I think it's from not War of the Spark. March of the Machines. It's from March of the Machines, and it's a Rakdos commander that says at your end step, sacrifice a creature you control and flip until you hit a non-legendary creature that costs less than the sacked creature and put it into play. So I would just steal certain CMC things and flip until I hit something that costs less and put that into play.
Should we
well, you can Reaper King into a Tolly.
Actually, that's kind of dope.
Unfortunately, like the Atali lines are food chains, so you can't like do infinite Atali easily. Unless you want to try to roll into Sabertooth stuff.
I don't know, man. Like, wait. Atali Reaper King no more Atali shell?
I don't think that's a good call because it's so hard to get the Atali line. Like, if you can get a way to loop Atali like Corpse Dance with some way of making infinite mana like Ruthless Technomancer, sure. But then at that point, that's Birthing Pod into Atali, find Corpse Dance, and find Ruthless Technomancer, and then that's a 3-card combo, 4 including your commander. That's harsh.
So we're leaving him at 3, is what you're saying?
Yeah. There's so many +1, or there's so many -1/-1 counter effects that you can definitely use the Reaper well, but it's not perfect because it's still utilizing your opponent's stuff.
Yeah. All right, I'm happy at 3, guys. That brings us to our complete list here. I'm gonna say Maryland. We've organized these in the past, like the top 2 brackets. I'd say that Maryland is just ahead of our. Is it gonna let me move it? Thank you.
It's fine. It doesn't matter.
Ahead of our Brigid, and Ashling is probably better than Erdu, but not by much.
I think Erdu is probably better than Ashling, in my opinion. Erdu did some disgusting stuff.
Honestly,
and as a 1-card combo.
I'm happy for that. Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy for that. We did do some work with that deck. But guys, if you want to see either the Maryland list or the Erdu list, those are on the channel as well. I'm sure a lot of you likely watched those as we streamed them. But if you just want to check out those deck lists, they're in the description. There's our bracket for the 21. It's so weird to have so few legends, but I think we were pretty good at covering them thoroughly. Will, anything you feel like that's misplaced?
I think it's relatively accurate. The only thing is the Boros guy could potentially be bracket 3 if there's more useful things that can be done outside of just multiplying up removal. I do kind of like how the rest of it's set. Yeah, I think that this is a pretty accurate tier list.
What about Protean Hulk? Y'all are still on a Reaper King no more.
Reaper King, Birthing Pod.
Yeah, I gotta.
Like the Reaper. He's not a king. He's a king no more.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Reaper Protean Hulk. I wish that was good enough. The issue is that you don't have a way to sacrifice Protean Hulk until next turn after doing that.
Yeah.
So it's super telegraphed.
It feels better to just do like a Hoarding Broodlord kind of thing.
it's weird that we don't have like a 7 mana creature that says like ETB untap stuff yet. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess that doesn't exist. I don't have knowledge of any in my head
just
right
take
now.
a quick peek at that. Nah.
Take a peek, Will. But on that note, guys, that covers Lorwyn Eclipsed. The sun has finally set on the set. Thoughts, feelings? Did you like it? Did you hate it? Did you want more legends? Were you missing some from all the other IPs we've gotten? Final Fantasy, I think, had the most up to date. Like
Yes, not even close.
too many, too many.
I think that it had more legendaries than every other set in that entire year combined.
That seems accurate. This was nice. It was nice to revisit a set within the realm of MTG. I will say that the themes didn't really do too much for me. So far, like mechanically, the themes didn't do too much for me. A lot of niche playable things, things that were great for Najila and or not Bergie.
Token generators.
Token
Oh, Magda.
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 Jeez Louise. Magda. And one card that's great for Electro, which I'm happy to see. But yeah, the set was fine. If we missed anything from the set for the 99, let us know. And if you have feelings about our legendary tier list, share them because I know people always disagree with us here. Naya Teamer Giants. Yeah. Need Naya Teamer Giants. I heard your comments. I yeah. Yeah, it would be nice. You play a Jendargo, it's like 1 mana, and you can pod or Evo into Hoarding Broodlord. Feels bad that you can't hit Raz or Broodlord with pod in Reaper King.
Yeah. I've
Yeah.
as a Dargo Thrasios Tide Pod player, I've looked at the Jund version of that list as well. There's a lot of things you can hit on 8 that are fantastic. Not on 7.
Rough times. And no
Quick
untappers
Reaper.
at 7.
Yeah, no untappers. I checked, couldn't find anything that could clone Birthing Pod, couldn't find anything that could untap Birthing Pod.
Paul, I'd like to build Bridget. After discussing it, it feels like it felt too simple to be effective, but I think it's doing the right thing in the right colors. It's kind of not your expectation for Selesnya. Just like good ramp. We have a Selesnya and Sylvala, obviously, but this is better than that. I think. I'd be excited to build Bridget. This is something that we could do. Maybe this will be our next brew or the king, but I think Bridget would be more interesting to see personally in play. Thoughts?
I just have to say, I feel like in the end, Bridget is going to feel less like Sylvala and more like Belby.
Yeah, dude. Well, with one side, Belby, God, please, no more. Don't give everyone else mana. I love Belby, dude. Like, but the free ramp you give people was nutty. And Bridget's pretty cheap. Like, she's easy to get down, especially in a green list. Like, you can very effectively turn to her. So
Yeah, instead of 1 mana into damage dork, it's a 1 mana to just regular mana dork.
yeah, I'm trying to think. What's the most amount of creatures you can have by turn 3? Are there? Do you want to run the lands that give you like the 0/1 saplings or the one? What are they? Aren't there lands that produce creatures like Eldrazi
There's
Spawn or
like one
Saproling
land that
or?
makes a plant when it enters, but that land enters tapped.
Yeah, that's no good. We don't want that. You probably just do a Dryad Arbor, but that's basically like having a tapped land. You're gonna
Yeah,
make the mana from it anyways. We really just want
it's
something that taps for 2
yeah,
generic.
it's usually what you're gonna do is it's just gonna be like turn 1 land dork, turn 2 land commander, which makes the token. So you have 3 creatures. So then turn 3, you're gonna have 3 creatures to play with. You're gonna tap elf to flip your commander, and you're gonna have 3 lands to play with. So it's 6 mana. And if you wanted, you could play Ornithopter or Memnite to get 1 more mana as like fast mana, but I don't think you're doing that.
Shit, dude, the alt art's sick on this card too. Whoa,
Yeah.
she's like a Cabbage Patch Kid all growing up. No, it looks really cool
Just like
though.
a Cabbage Patch Kid out for blood.
Yeah, seriously. I'm happy to do Bridget next. Guys, I'm gonna coordinate with Will on the next day we get together, but I'm out for a good portion of next week and then the following week, sadly. Part work, part play, hopefully mostly play. Final thoughts before we eclipse this set, Will?
Uh, I think this is probably like the most balanced out tier that we've had
Mm.
in a while. Like we had more fives comparative to the amount of
Yeah, oh,
legendaries that we have
for sure. Yes.
since ever. We had fewer ones that we, I think, ever had, and we had a lot more twos than we did ones, which I don't think usually happens. I think usually it's like a crap ton of ones and then like half the amount of twos. This time is the other way around.
They did a good job. Yeah, by making like simply effective cards. Nothing horribly broken here. Handful. But yeah, this was balanced is the word for sure. Don't disagree there. I like this set. It's fun visiting Lorwyn. I hate that we don't I don't know, I was a fan of the block system. It was nice getting to just exist in the space in the game for a while. But that's okay. Maybe we'll go back. Probably never. But that's also okay. All right, guys, thanks for joining us on this one. I hope you enjoyed the stream. It was a long one. I don't know how long we've been streaming. I think over 4 hours.
Started so 4 hours roughly.
We will see you on the next one. I don't know how many double headers we're going to do. Obviously, if this was a set that had like 100 legendaries, this would be way too much, but this was more than manageable. But we'll see you on the next one, guys. Thanks for joining us for this. Bye for now.